So fast. No, we got lonely. Sometimes you see, I know we couldn't make it. Even when I'm off beat, I still land on my feet. And nothing can shake me. Cause I know life took a hold of me. I never. This is where I am destined to be. I'm not ready to give up. I believe in the miracle of life. Life's a play with no rehearsal. Learn quickly, they'll come for your role. Games to play, can't take it personal. Cause the devil is a liar. I'm telling you the truth. It's only what you do. Some things you gotta do. It's fight for millions. Take a second, see the blessing in it. With much expected, much is given. When I made the living, now I'm giving back to children. Never let the power come first before your happiness. Yes, you can be the best if you go the distance. Mix a little sweat with your persistence. You know that the best things are never instant. Just shine, let us see your brilliance. Get up, open up your eyes now. It's the moment of truth. No backing down. We're bringing it to life. For the children, it's a given. You gotta give it, be a blessing.
This my personal statement. Run the game like I'm aces. Learn and develop patience, determined to be the greatest. Yeah, bobbing and weaving, they changing up like the seasons. Indigenous to the grind, so I do it for all my people. Jabbing the competition, back up against the ropes. You fighting for recognition. I'm fighting just to promote equality where we lack it. While cancer slowing our road, I'm confident we'll make it. We focus on common goals. Yeah.
Give back, give love, giving something away. Never give up, stand tall to fight another day. 2 toes, 2 feet, I stand on the ground. I'm going back soon and fight this final round.
Nice to play with number pressure. They come for your road. Take it first up. Cause the devil is a lie. I'm telling you the truth. It's all in what you do. Some things you gotta do. It's only, what's today? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? I don't know. Love is the word. What up, TT? TT. Little TT. What up, Big Lloyd? Barbershop 4 Live. 4 Live. Mac 10 4 Live. JP, but we gonna call him JQ. Coming to the stage. Where's she at? Love is the word. You're on deck. Love is the word. Andrew Charles, what's up, JP? We gonna call him JQ. David the Real. What up, K-Dub? What up, Triple Error OG? What's up? What? Everybody gotta do this together. Hey. One more time. Hey. DB is DB in the house. What up, KJ? Mo Your Sauce. Mo Your Sauce, the official sponsor of the barbershop. Mo Your Sauce. Mo Your Sauce, the official sponsor of the barbershop. Hey, oh, Kid Miller's in the building. We about to act the fool in this motherfucker. Hey, man, what's up, Kid Miller? Let me get through this, man. I'm excited, man. We about to talk some shit and swallow spit, baby. Oh, G Brown, man, I miss you, man. I love you, man. Oh, man, fuck it. I apologize, man. I'm just excited, man. I used to be kidding, man. Man, cut the music off. You gonna get the copyright, oh, man. What's up, man? Cut the music off. You gonna get me copyright, man. Cut the music off.
What up, Francisco?
Oh man, can you cut the music off before I get copywritten, man? You can't hear me, man.
So I gotta roll on. I gotta roll on.
How about if I turn my music on so I can cancel that shit out? Man, cut that shit off, man, before I get copywritten, man. What's up, man?
What's up, Fred? Hey, man, look, I've not had the opportunity to tell you publicly how proud of you I am. You know, they say in this business, you know, I've been doing this for 44 years, and they say in this business, it's not essentially how far you go, but how many people lift themselves behind you. And so I've always been a person who had unconditional trust.
You have, for sure.
And I remember when, I mean, we was in the Honda.
Let them know, man. Let them know, man.
We was in the Honda going to Vegas. Honda conks out. You know, we're staying in hotels that are not expensive hotels, and you know, your passion has driven you to the point to where you are today, man.
Oh, man.
And you know, I got all of the calls when I was in Cleveland, Ohio. I mean, I got all of the calls. Kid, you gotta stop it. And you know, I mean, all of them are my friends. You know, I think the absolute world of Sam Watson. Sam Watson is my mentor. I introduced Sam to the sport of boxing, and you know, when he calls me, I don't ask questions. I ask how high. You know, and you know, you met Sam. You know, I introduced you to Sam, and you know, you and Trey and me. You know, we were just guys who was having fun, but you took it to another level. And you never shared with anybody what it is that you were doing. All you had at that time was this little bitty camera, and nobody could figure out what you was doing, man. But I knew that every time I needed some pictures or some footage, that I would call on you. You know, and then look, and so everybody know it ain't Fred's fault, you know, that the Sentinel didn't have nobody out there going out there and doing it, and he kept doing it. That ain't his fault, you know. But I think a lot of times we, as African Americans in power, cannot always acquiesce to what somebody else tells us to do. And I've always prided myself in being in positions to where I can empower somebody else. When I couldn't empower somebody else, then I left.
Right.
You know, and you know, did that when I was in Cleveland. I know I told your producer that, you know, that was a subject that we couldn't talk about, but you and I are too close here for you to not have the opportunity to ask me any question that you want to ask me. And I'll answer it. I would just tell you unequivocally that my love for Don King has not subsided. Just talked to him Sunday, had a good conversation with him Sunday. He's 89. He's strong. He's still sharp. And so what happened with my exit from Cleveland, Ohio, had I won't say it didn't have a lot to do with him, but I can't work with snakes. I can't work with people who are so greedy when there's nothing in the pot. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's nothing in the pot.
Right.
But, this guy, Dale Edwards, man, same guy who's responsible for Mike Tyson, you know, going to jail. Same guy who killed his nephew and got acquitted. Same guy who proclaims to be a minister, but does everything like the devil's son-in-law. He's like one of the worst human beings I ever met in my life. And so, but that's, you know, stuff for another day. I wanted to get that out there. I just want him to know he's not off the hook. You ain't off the hook, man. I came in on my own turn. I left on my own terms. And there's some things that are old. And I think that Don King, at the end of the day, is going to do the right thing. He always have in the 30 plus years that I've known him. And I don't think that this time will be any different.
What was your first interaction, you and Don King? It's been over 30 years.
I tell you, it's interesting because
I think you got to go opposite that light. You look like you're as dark as me.
How about this?
Yeah,
you're
a little better. Yeah.
We both black now. Don't get it twisted. The only time they see us in the dark is when we smile, and they see you a little bit more than me because you have more money. You got more money invested in your dental plan. But I first met DK. It was around the time of the Rodney King riot. It was a by chance meeting the late Earl Abdullah, who traveled with Muhammad Ali, who was radio extraordinaire with KGLH radio station. He asked me to come to Don King's condo that he owns in Beverly Hills. And I went over there. And at the time, Don King was having an issue with LSU coach Dale Brown. He was trying to recruit and represent Shaquille O'Neal. And Dale Brown said, look, I'm suing you the whole 9 yards. So Don King, in his Don King, in his Don King voice, man, this nigga's trying to get me, man. Somebody got to help me with this shit. I ain't got nothing to do with it, man. I don't even know the man. And, and so Earl said, hey, look, man, my boy here, Kenny, knows Dale Brown, and he can help you with that situation.
You know him through John Williams, though, right?
I knew him through John Williams. Yeah. Yes, I knew him through John Williams, and I called Dale Brown and told him, look, Don King didn't have anything to do with it. Dale Brown is a guy who defaulted on a lot of promises to me too, so he really didn't want that heat. And so he let it go. And then at that point, Don said, I need a nigga like you around, man, a smart nigga that can write, Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? Who can go get me some water? And Earl Abdullah didn't have a car, and I had a car, and I went and got him some water. He gave me $100. And at that time, the Rodney King video was first televised.
Right.
And most of the people in the room were from Southern California, and I wasn't even shocked by it. I was like, that's what they do. I thought this, but Don King was the only one who recognized it. And he said, man, this is going to be big. And it was big. It was the start of, a civil protest against police brutality that has manifested itself now into the 21st century with George Floyd. And that all came from that point. But Don King is a brilliant man, Fred. I introduced him to Venus and Serena Williams. Venus and Serena Williams, their dad, Richard, who I lived with in Florida for a time, asked Don King to represent him. And Don King wouldn't do it. He said, no, he said, I would support you through Kenny, but I'm not, I don't want the look. I don't want you guys to be distracted by me being at Wimbledon and you guys are trying to win championships. And that turned out to be a $400 million mistake that he made.
Wow, big time. So for those of you who don't know, this is Kenneth Miller, the chief editor of the LA Sentinel, worked for senators, worked for Don King. He gave me my first.
Now with Inglewood Today, Fred, I want to make something clear now. I got my own newspaper in Inglewood Today, 27 years.
Yep.
We're in the shining city on the hill. We got the Chargers, we got the Rams, we'll have the Clippers, and we got SoFi Stadium going to have a Super Bowl. So that's where I am now. When I came from Cleveland in 2019, honestly, Fred, I didn't know what I was going to do. And the last thing I wanted to do was get back involved in newspapers again. And this guy, Willie Brown, who owns Inglewood Today, he said, man, I want to make you an offer that nobody's ever made to you. Not Danny Bakewell, not Don King. And first thing I thought about, I said, shit, damn, you going to pay me some money? And he said, no, I want to offer you ownership. And I thought about it, for about a week. And I gave him an MOU. We tweaked the MOU. He signed it. I signed it. And today, Inglewood today is on the cusp of being, well, right now, we ought to go to a newspaper because everybody is calling, and COVID didn't really impact us to the degree that it should have. So I'm really grateful to be a part of Inglewood today. And then my nonprofit, Our Global Humanity, that helps individuals with disability and poverty. That's going to be the essence of my life work with my family. That's going to be the essence of what I'm really all about. It's nothing else that I can do in the field of sports and journalism. At 18, I was on television in high school. I had a radio show at 17 on 3 stations, KAs, KDAY, all courtesy of my mentor, the guy who made me who I am, the late Brad Pye Jr., who passed away last year. Brad Pye Jr. responsible for integrating the Coliseum press box. He's responsible for your butt, Fred.
I know. That's why I'm.
No. He's responsible for you. He's responsible for you because when you look at the landscape of sports, everyone always looks at the athletes. But behind the scenes, when you see the jobs that are available behind the scenes, very few of them are represented by Blacks. Sure. I love Kelly Swanson, and Kelly Swanson does a great job. But why couldn't somebody else have that job of color in a sport to where 75, 80% of the athletes are people of color? And, there's this revolving door of publicists in boxing and in other sports that keep being revolving doors. I mean, John Black was with the Lakers forever. When he left, Allison took over, and so what I always try to do, I let them know, I make it be clear, look, you'll give me a credential because, and I don't, it's not important for me to go to every game. I don't care if I go to another Super Bowl, World Championship, but what I do care about is that the next person who looks like me gets in. Right. And I have a responsibility to do that because Brad Pye he took up that responsibility for me. He integrated the press box. It was him, Brock Brockenberry at the Coliseum press box, and the third Black person to go in there was me. Right. And so I have an opportunity to try to keep that going. And look, I look at guys like Stephen A. Smith, the Talking Heads, and your guy, Jay, over at Fox that you have on. And look, Whitlock is. I used to cover the Raiders when Whitlock was covering the Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas City. Now he didn't have that mouth when he was covering the Chiefs. But he's always been a very smart guy and a guy for the most part who said what he felt. And I've always respected him for that. But the bottom line is they don't carry nobody with them. They don't lift anybody else up. Who are your interns? Who are your producers? A damn producer's just somebody that make the phone and contact somebody to get them on the show. How hard is it to do that? You don't have to go to SC, UCLA, Yale, or Princeton to do that. And Don King is not immune to this either. Because when he had Tyson, when he was rolling, every PR guy that he had was white. Yeah, one Black PR guy. And this guy, you may as well say he was white, but they don't have the guts, right, to say, look, this is my guy. That's why I love LeBron James so much. LeBron James said, hey, look, this is my circle. These are my guys. This is who you're going to do business with. You don't want to do business with them? You ain't doing business with me. And that's where we have to get. Look, everything that happens to Black people is not Black people, is not white people's fault. And I was saying to someone the other day, it's really time for us to have a deep introspective look at ourselves. I was in Target early today, and a couple Mexican guys were disrespecting these two sisters, right? One guy, let me get your number, and then the other guy called a girl a B, And while on the surface, that sounds horrific. But if you would look the way these sisters were dressed, one of them was pretty modest, but the other one, had, she was literally naked. She was literally naked in Target. So we have to take a deep introspective look at ourselves. We have to start educating our kids and teaching them the things that are uncomfortable for them. We have to let them, if they want to be a Fred Hawthorne, let them be a damn Fred Hawthorne. Stop telling your kids what they can't do because somebody that's not like you tells them what they can do. I remember one of my teachers told me in high school, you'll never be able to be a broadcast journalist. And I said, why is that? She said, because you're not an athlete. You have to be a former athlete or something like that. And that's what drove me to be a broadcast journalist. But ESPN, Fox, all of them, they get away with the person of color by taking a guy out of the league and giving them that spot. Right. And calling them an expert commentator. Boxing's starting to do the same thing. I'm okay with it. Because look, with boxing, for most of these guys, and by the way, hats off to Tim Bradley. I think Tim Bradley has turned into an absolute star. Hats off to Bob Arum for giving him that opportunity. Look, Don King just did a very small show on his own network a few weeks ago with Trevor Bryant.
Yeah.
And Trevor Bryant and Bermaine Stavern, it was just absolutely horrible. I mean, the way they came in, but all of the people running that show were white folks. DK could have easily picked the phone up and said, hey, Ken, what you want to do? You want to do the ring announcing? You want to do the analyst work? He's done it before. But the people who were running the show, John Musionis, had, his guys who was doing it. And John Musionis, is white as a sheet of paper. He says how much he loves DK and does all this stuff for DK. What you love is a check. And I get it. I'm okay with that. But our responsibility is to own something and to uplift somebody, not just because they're Black, but because they're qualified and because it's the right thing to do. Look, I wasn't the best writer that Brad Pye Jr. could find. I couldn't even write when I came out of high school. At least that's what everybody said. But he gave me an opportunity. Danny Bakewell didn't have to give me a shot at the Sentinel when he bought it. I worked for every publisher from the original publisher, Ruth Washington, to Danny Bakewell at the Sentinel. Had every job at the Sentinel, from prep sports editor to sports editor to entertainment editor to managing editor. And at one time did all of them at the same time. For the same check. So I think we have to do a better job of really being about it. Look, I love the fight that you're fighting, Fred, but the real fight is making sure that you empower somebody just like you.
Right.
Create another show for somebody else. Right. Let that show come up under your umbrella.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that ultimately that's what we have to thank God for YouTube, because without YouTube, how do we get a voice? ESPN now owned by Disney, ESPN owned by Disney. I mean, it's a monopoly, dude. It's a monopoly. Fox is a monopoly. All of them are just monopolies. The only way Jim Hill is keeping his job is because of Danny Bakewell. Trust and believe that Danny Bakewell is the cornerstone for people like Jim Hill and I believe Pat Harvey at KCAL keeping their jobs, because he's let management know, and look, if you get rid of them, you're going to have a problem with me. And those are the kind of people that we need that will really fight for people when they want to just shove them out the door for somebody else. It's not right.
Right. And I remember that well when, man, this over 10, is this over 10 years ago, kid? When they wouldn't give me credentials, and you like, I don't know how you worded that, nigga, we Black and we the only Black media covering this shit, and you better give this nigga Fred Hawthorne his credential, man.
Right. And I think that, I don't know if that was Andy Olsen, and I remember one time they gave me a credential, but it was way up in the nosebleed section. And I emphatically told them, I'm not sitting up there, because I was smart enough to look at the people that they had down at ringside. And so you're going to tell me that this .com guy, is this .com guy deserves a seat more than I do? You know, all of the people that sit in ringside has to be white. When Floyd Mayweather fighting, are you absolutely losing your damn mind? You know, and look, Floyd should have been saying something.
Right.
You know, like Ali would say something. You know, Howard Bingham couldn't have existed without Muhammad Ali.
Right.
That dude would have been white. I'm telling you, because what they do is they try to create an avenue for themselves, as if to say nobody else can do it but me. You know, and everybody. I learned this when the couple years that I went to LA City College, one of my professors told me, Bob Staley, I never will forget it. He said, man, get the hell out of here. I said, but I want to get my AA degree because everybody that was in school with me were all getting jobs with KCAL, CBS, channel with KTTV, all that. And I said, that's what I want. He said, if you don't get out of here, you're going to be just like them. All they are is just carbon copies. They all say the same thing. You know, they'll go from one station to another. You got a chance to be creative and doing something that you love doing. He said, you may not make the money that they're making. He said, but at least you'll be able to think for yourself. They can't think for themselves.
Wow.
And they can't speak for themselves. And so, I mean, I love that we have platforms like this. And Dave Smith would call me a lot, you know, when he was doing his internet show and when he was on radio. But I purposely don't do a lot of interviews, particularly. I mean, Dave Smith, my guy, but he's white, right? So why am I going to keep coming on your show, uplifting you, giving you insights of 44 plus years of knowledge when I could probably be doing my own show, or either sharing that with somebody who it's going to have some impact with. And so when your producer called me, I wasn't going to turn it down, you know what I mean? Because you've been doing this for a minute now, man. And I mean, you talk about going from the bottom to the top. A lot of people don't know you. Your ass ain't never been at the bottom. So let's not get it. You don't know what a bottom looks like. You had a Bentley before you had a camera, so let's not get it twisted. You know, you've never, you don't know what it's like to struggle. I mean, people need to understand this about you. You know, Fred has really lived the American dream. He went to Whittier College, but what you did all the time, you accumulated the necessary knowledge that you had to accumulate it.
Right.
And now you're defining who you are at the essence of your core. And you're letting people know, I'm going to be unapologetically who it is that I am.
Right.
If you don't like it, that's okay. I saw when you called Andre Ward out, and he was really uncomfortable about it. But that's okay, because you need to be uncomfortable about something before you can move forward with the conversation.
No, you're absolutely right. And I appreciate y'all. Appreciate you, because you would always call me. Now, Fred, what's the end goal? That's all you say.
Yeah.
Fred, what's the end goal? You ruffled the feathers. Now, what's the solution? You know what I mean? And
right. Yeah, I mean, because look, I kept getting these phone calls, right? And you know, I mean, and I love Steve Kim. Even Steve Kim would say, "Man, have you seen your boy Fred Ken? You started this shit."
Remember I did a hit piece on him in the paper.
He said, "Man, you started this shit." And so when I called you, you know, I mean, look, you my boy, man. And so I was just like, Fred, so what's your end game? And you said, man, look, I'm gonna fight this fight. And I think what that reminded me of when I absolutely thought about it, what if Brad Pitt Jr. has said, I'm not gonna fight this fight? You know, I don't have to understand what the fight is.
Gotcha.
You know, but you have to fight the fight. And this is a new fight. This is a new fight. No one knew that we'd be shut down essentially for 2 years because of a COVID pandemic. Now your credential don't mean shit. You know, now having a credential don't mean shit. But eventually it's going to open up again.
Right.
And when it opens up again, rest assured, you know, rest assured, I am going to make sure that I'm empowering some people and making sure that they're able to have an experience that I had. And because look, for some people, I mean, some people, it means everything in the world to them. I mean, they never been to a game, man.
Right.
You know, we have a world champion baseball team. And if you went through your neighborhood where you live at, Fred, I could tell you that 99% of those kids don't know what the inside of Dodger Stadium look like. Dodger Stadium, this is the team that gave us Jackie Robinson, and they got one black brother. One brother? Are you kidding me? You know, and I don't get caught up into, well, there's not enough black kids playing baseball. But you invest in millions and millions and millions of dollars in the Dominican Republic.
Right.
Last I checked, Watts wouldn't require that much. But when you created the academy in Compton, and you go to the academy in Compton, all of the players in Compton were white coming from someplace else. You know, so at some point, there has to be change. And I applaud Major League Baseball for moving the All-Star game to Coors Field and out of Atlanta. But ultimately, what is that going to mean for us?
Right.
I always ask myself, what is that going to mean for us? If as a kid, you've never went inside of a baseball stadium or inside of a basketball arena, how the hell would you know what that feels like? How would you know if you want to play it or not? And it's up to Major League Baseball to make sure that they allow for kids to come in the stadiums and run around the bases. And maybe that will be the spark that will ignite them to want to participate, you know, in the game of baseball. But we got to take our kids off tech, man. Tech is killing our kids. Tech and McDonald's, you know, they're going to McDonald's, they're getting fat, you know, and these games are hypnotizing their minds to where they don't want to do anything else. They're becoming, parents can't even parent them anymore. Their way of being a parent is, okay, I'm gonna get your iPhone. Okay, I'm gonna go get your Xbox. Okay, I'm gonna get you a PlayStation game. And while you're doing that, you know, other ethnic groups, and I'll point out Asian ethnic groups, because those are the ones who are saying, look, you're going to come home from school. You're going to do your homework at 7 o'clock, no computer. At 7 o'clock, no television. So what is that kid going to bed thinking about when they go to bed? The homework they just was working on. And when they wake up in the morning and have breakfast, they thinking about the next assignment. Whereas if we allow for our kids to get caught up in Xbox and watch whatever it is that they want to watch on television, you know, and be influenced by some of the negative things that are involved in our society, that's what we're going to get. That's what we're going to get. So we have a huge responsibility in that area. And if we don't do that, you know, people laughed at me 25 years ago when I said, man, look, by the year 2030, 2035, black people are going to be like dinosaurs. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, damn, we almost like dinosaurs. No, most of us are locked up. Most of us are in poverty. Those who are in the 1 percentile, who are really making it, they're not lifting enough people up. You know, the I Promise School is getting lighter and lighter and lighter. You know, God bless Kobe Bryant with the Mamba Academy, you know, but, you know, we have to start doing something for people who look just like us. And we have to take an active role in making sure that they got a shot.
Right.
You know, because somebody gave you a shot.
Right.
You know, so, you know, that's where I am with it, man. You know how I am, Fred. Look, I went to Nigeria and spent 11 days in Nigeria. I felt more at home in Nigeria in 11 days than I did when I got off the plane to Tom Bradley International. And that should tell you, we black people in America are the only group of people who has no idea where they come from or what they belong to. And so we're constantly searching to identify with something. And America has a unique way of giving us a culture. You know, we used to be Negroes. Then we were African Americans. Well, first we used to be niggas, right? They were kind. They got kind after that. So, yeah, Negroes. And then we were black. And then we were African Americans. Well, how could we be African Americans when I got more in common, you know, with a white man on Skid Row than I do with somebody in Africa? Something is wrong with this picture. Are you allowing for me to go to Africa? Can the Africans immigrate over here like the Hispanics can immigrate over here? You know, and a lot of this, you know, the political parties are responsible for this. And I'm going to call it out. The Democrats are responsible for a lot of it too. You know, if it's okay for you to allow for Hispanics to come over here, if the border's going, if the walls of immigration going to go down, let it go down for everybody.
Right.
Let Polish people come over here. The Europeans are already here. Europe is America's biggest ally, but let them all come over here. But don't tell me because somebody is from Nigeria, you know, or somebody's from Jamaica, you know, that they're going to be a crook. You know, they said that about us. You know, so we have a huge responsibility, Fred. There's a lot on your shoulders, but those were the shoulders that you wanted. You wanted that fight. You wanted that fight, and you in it now. And I know. And look, and I know I might get a few calls after this. You know, but call and make it short. And if you're not willing to do nothing to change the whole landscape of the conversation that Fred and I are having, we don't really have anything to talk about. You know, if you uplift Black people, if you uplift people of color, it's going to help everybody else. It's going to help everybody else. And, you know, people don't, I know this, and I know you shared this. Look, your wife is Asian. And the fact that your wife is Asian, your wife doesn't treat you any different than you treat her. And I've been to your in-laws with you, and I see how they love you. When we go over there, I didn't know that I was Black. You know, I was just like, I knew that I was Black, but they didn't treat me any differently. And America has the potential to be the same way. Good people are just good people sometimes, man. It don't really matter what color they are, but you have to genuinely look and examine to make sure that that person is what they are. And most of the time, they're just not.
Right. How would you see the race relations from the handoff from Don King to Al Heyman? Have the progression?
I don't really think it was a progression, nor do I think it was a handoff. I think that Don King essentially just got caught up in fighting a different fight. And the fight that he wanted to fight was the political fight. You know, and he hails himself as a Republican, but what he wanted to do was to inform Black people, right, that this is what it is. You know, the Alabama Constitution is still one of the most racist documents in the history of this country, but the Alabama Constitution still stands. It still stands right here to this day. And he wanted to point a lot of this out. When I was at the Calling Post, that's when Don King, that was the only time in the history that he owned the newspaper that he actually got involved. He started writing a column every single week. Trump ran for president. He didn't initially endorse him, but subsequently he did. And the reason why he did, for the same reason why Republicans, follow Trump. He was a tool that they could use to advance a cause that he wanted to advance. And Don King's cause that he wanted to advance was changing the system. It's the system that's messed up. The individuals that come within the system keep doing the same thing as the next person. That's why people complained about Barack, same people who complained about Trump are the same people who complain about Barack Obama. He's not Black enough. What the hell is that? What the hell does that mean, man? What the hell does that mean that he's not Black enough? Because he don't eat fried chicken and he don't eat fried chicken and greens and yams. You know, he wasn't raised on that. Don't mean he's not Black. Doesn't mean he's not black. You know, so we really have a long way to go. Um, the civil rights era, I mean, for the most part, there's a new movement that doesn't reflect the civil rights era, and all props to Black Lives Matter. You know, but even when you see the Black Lives Matter people go out there and march and protest, there are more white people out there than there are black people. You know, and I think we just don't invest in the political landscape with our time, energy, and our money to the extent that we should. And so when we don't get the laws that we think we should get, we mad about that. But don't get mad about something after the game is over with. Be mad about something and do something about it before the game is played and impact the outcome of the game. And I think that's where we got to get to.
How would you see it under Al Heyman? How would you see his cause?
Well, look, I love Al Heyman. Al Heyman, look, Don King was brilliant. Don King is brilliant. Al Heyman is brilliant. Al Heyman's a Harvard graduate. And I think for Al Heyman, what ultimately happened was he just got, the stable was too big, man. The stable is too big with too many stars. And when you got that many stars, you got to overpay for the product that you have. You know, I think Al Heyman's greatest work was with Floyd Mayweather. He made Floyd Mayweather essentially a billionaire.
Right.
And there's still a number of fighters that are under Al Heyman's umbrella who are multimillionaires as a direct result of him. But I think because the television networks are not necessarily there, I don't think that the sponsorship capital for the sport of boxing is like it is in basketball and baseball and football. And I've long since said that the concept for boxing has to be similar to those sports leagues, to where you lock into a sponsor who's going to pay you XYZ dollars per year. You're going to put on so many dates per year. So now you're playing with house money, right? The way boxing works, you know, at its core, back in the days, you get a site fee from somebody. You had HBO, you had Showtime, you get some money from HBO, and then everything was based on the gate, the ring mat, those other little intricate sponsorship partners. But after all that's divvied out, you know, it's gone. You ain't gonna have no Mike Tyson who could get stock in the MGM Grand. Right. That's not gonna happen. You're not gonna, and then with pay-per-view, you know, Don King was he was the guy who initiated pay-per-view. He was the guy. Had Don King if Don King had any help, when he initiated King Vision, he would have been Danzig way back then. He's always been a very forward thinker. And then he was giving Mike Tyson 50% in King Vision.
Wow, he was?
Yes, he was giving Mike Tyson 50. Him and Mike Tyson were 50-50 partners in King Vision. He invested a lot of money into, because King Vision was the internet site, but he had put a lot of money into fibers and getting the best speeds and all. This is way before where we are right now. But he didn't have the help. You know, with Bob Arum, to his credit, Bob Arum had the ability to trust people. He had the ability to listen to people. You know, with Don King, even to this day, man, it's DK way or the highway.
Why he micromanages so much? Because that's what I get. That's what I get from Don King. That's what I get from Al Heyman. People like they micromanage. Why is that?
Well, you know, different strokes for different folks. But when there's that much money involved, right? When there's that much money involved, it's a trust factor. And see, Al Heyman is a lot like Don King. You know, well, Al Heyman is not like Don King from the standpoint Don King wasn't putting his money in it. But Don King was getting money from other people. A lot of Al Heyman's own money is now vested in the PBC. And so I think he has to. And to his credit, he's empowered Sam. He's empowered Sam's sons who have fantastic relationships with the fighters. And look, these guys are not easy to manage.
Right.
These guys are not easy to manage, man. I used to manage Tony Tucker, and I'll never will forget this. Tony, I wasn't his manager on paper, but I was his quasi manager. Tony Tucker fights Lennox Lewis, loses. Mm-hmm. Okay. Don King says, Kenny, I'm going to put Tony on a plane, and I want you to go with him and make sure that he gets to Cleveland. So it's me, Tony, and his wife, Kim, at the time. We get on the plane. We go to Cleveland. We check into the hotel. Don King, DK say, man, is he there? I said, yep, I just came from over there. He's there. He said, yeah, go check again. I went and checked again. Tony Tucker was gone. He had gotten a cab, and I had to track down a cab company to ultimately find out where he was. But 60 to 70% of the guys fighting it like that. Yeah, Don King used to have this saying that, you give a fool, $100,000 and he'll think he's a Harvard graduate, even though he didn't go to Harvard. As if having money in and of itself make you smarter. And how many athletes have we seen across the entire landscape that have had millions and millions and millions of dollars who today are broke? You look at Allen Iverson, he's not broke because he had someone to put some money away from him. But Antoine Walker, the list just goes on and on and on. Look, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is arguably the greatest basketball player in the history of basketball. That man shouldn't be writing no books. That man shouldn't be trying to sell nothing. But he is. You don't hear Jerry West having that issue. You don't hear nobody saying, hey, look, Kareem, you're going to come over to UCLA. They don't. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is not even. They just almost play for the national championship. They talk more about Bill Walton than they talk about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Man, are you kidding me?
Wow.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Right.
And that's one of the sad travesties to. We want to say a lot of times, look, all right, no, man, it's not really racist. But damn, show me the difference. If it ain't racism, show me the difference. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bill Walton. What's the difference? What is the difference? Jerry West, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. What's the difference? And to Magic's credit, I love Magic Johnson, but Magic, who you brought with you? Who's the next Magic? Who did you bring with you, man? Who did you put in position that can empower somebody to become like you?
Right.
And I'm not knocking you, but if you're going to wear that hat,
right,
you're going to put on that jacket, you got to fight that fight.
Right.
You got to fight that fight, man. You got a responsibility to all of us to do that.
Right.
We all love Magic Johnson. But the reality of it is, who are you really helping? Who are you really empowering? Who are you really giving an opportunity to? Now, to Magic's credit, when he had the Midsummer Night's Magic, I do remember Magic saying that he wanted to turn the keys over to Baron Davis and Paul Pierce. I remember that like it was yesterday. But it takes an exquisite discipline. And all they had to do at that particular point in time was takes Magic whole infrastructure that he had, because he had Elisa Buford, who's African American, who was the publicist for all those years, who was getting the contracts from Chrysler and all those people. All I do is keep those people, together and keep it going. But, Barron, to his credit, is doing his own thing, and Paul Pierce is posting on Instagram with a lot of honeys in the background, and nude chicks are doing his own thing. But when you sign a contract with ESPN, there's a code of conduct clause in that contract. And because ESPN is owned by Disney, there's going to be consequences. What you're starting to see is the trend with Durant and LeBron becoming their own media empires. You're seeing less and less of LeBron James, doing interviews. Remember, for years, Stephen A. Smith, his claim to fame was that he can pick up the phone and call one of these guys and get some inside information. Well, they discovered, look, why am I going to give Stephen A. Smith some inside information when he's going to turn on me at a dime just to keep his gig with ESPN? So now they're creating their own, media empires, and I'm okay with all of that. The more the merrier. Competition is what makes America great. Competition is what makes the world go round. And so the more the merrier. We all should have an opportunity. But at the end of the day, I would care more about someone who's empowering somebody than somebody who's tweeting out that they cause. Protesting cause don't mean nothing to me.
Right. The co-host is here. What's up, DB?
Hey, what's going on? Frederick, how you feeling?
I'm feeling
Brother
great.
Ken Miller, how you doing?
I'm good, my man.
If you grew up in our neighborhood, man, we would probably called you K Mills. You okay with that?
Yeah, he went to Fremont, man. He went to Fremont.
Oh, yeah, he's from the east side then. Right on.
Yeah. Greatest high school in America. Ain't no question about it.
Right on. I'm with you. One thing I found really interesting, if you could talk about, I'm interested to learn and to know about the Nigeria trip and what you discovered when you were there. I mean, obviously the culture is different, but like, what are some of those differences, and how can we bridge the gap between, people in the diaspora and to not just Nigeria, but also to the rest of the nations in the motherland?
That's a very good question. And there really isn't that big of a difference, other than there's more there are more Nigerians living in poverty than there are Black people in America living in poverty. And Nigeria has the economic, they have the resources, they have oil, they have other minerals over there that the Chinese are just moving in and grappling it up. And America in and of itself is not doing a good enough job to open up the relationships with Nigeria. Now, look, let's be honest. There is a lot that, there's a lot of shenanigans that goes on in Nigeria that are really, really bad. But when you look at Boko Haram, I mean, America didn't go over there to try to do anything about that. This man is kidnapping all these girls in his own country. The governors in Nigeria are richer than the presidents, in other parts of the country. So with Nigeria, that's we just have to have a better and more open relationship with them, to where we can go over there and experience their culture and have some of them come over here and experience our culture. Hey, look, some of the greatest basketball players in the 21st century are Nigerians. The NBA is not stupid. So they're now setting up a league in Nigeria, but they're setting up that league for their own economical purposes, kind of like what baseball is doing, with the Dominican Republic and that sort of thing. But look, I mean, look, Nigeria is greatly influenced by Britain because they're close to Britain. You find a lot of Nigerians get rich, and Britain is essentially kind of like their America because they can camp out there. But some of the richest people in the world are Nigerians, and I think America has to do a better job of opening up the relationships to Nigeria. And I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that those relationships are opened up. If you don't know anything about how something works, how politics works, how infrastructure works, how our world operates, how our country operates, it's going to be very difficult for you to change anything. I mean, Trump people are still saying that the election is rigged when they had the numbers of people to vote and they could have went and voted him in office. So to complain about something after the fact is just, that I don't have any respect for any of that. We have an opportunity now by having this conversation. And I'll tell you, I've done some business with Nigerians. I made more with people in Nigeria in 1 year than I made off any job I ever had. Every single friend that every single friend that I had said, man, please, whatever you do, don't deal with them. Don't do it. Don't do it. And I trusted them. I had a staunch political ally with Maxine Waters who said, look, Ken, if this is something you believe in, I'm gonna support you. And so we have to look. The same thing they say about people in Nigeria is the same thing they'll say about us. Are there some bad Nigerians? Yep. Are there some crooks? Yep. Are there some crooked white folks? Yep. Are there some good white folks? Yep. Are there some good Nigerians? Yes. And they are absolutely some of the smartest people in the world. I mean, I cried when I got over there because I was looking at kids who looked just like me, and they were grabbing me and holding me and pleading with me, please don't leave, and asking me when I was going to come back. And as I have this conversation with you guys right now, I feel a damn shame because I need to get back. I made a promise that I would start going over there at least twice a year. And I am going to do that. So that's all it takes, man. That's all it takes is for us to get over there. And there's a lot of investment opportunities in Nigeria. Nigeria has water issues that are horrific. They got all the oil in the world. I believe that when God decided that, he was just going to take this group of people and bless them with his land. I mean, it's all just oozing out the ground everywhere. But China is going over there. Great Britain is right next door. And if we don't start making inroads into the diaspora, we're going to have some significant issues. I mean, look, it seems like right now our greatest ally is Mexico in the United States. And I'm not against that. I'm not against that. But just because they're closer doesn't mean that they're the only ones who should have the opportunity. I'm discouraged when I see 16, 17-year-old people who are trying to get in and they're stuck at the border and they're saying, well, look, we got to let them in over here. Why? Why do you have to let them in over here? What's the purpose of it? Who's going to take care of them when they come over here? And if you're going to do that for them, then you should be able to let Nigerians come over here as well. I know a number of Nigerians who are here right now, on temporary visas, panicking, good workers, smart, intelligent. Come on, man. Let's be fair about this here.
Yeah, there was an initiative by the Ghanaian government. I think it was either 2018 or 2019, but it was called the Year of the Return. And they were trying to get some, not just Americans, but some African diasporans to come to Africa to settle and to invest in the continent. Are you familiar with that? And what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I am somewhat familiar with it. And I think what happened is that there wasn't a sound enough pillars of stakeholders. I know that Houston has one of the strongest Nigeria contingents in the country. Sheila Jackson Lee, the congresswoman out there, has done a magnificent job with that. But again, I think that there are going to have to be more stakeholders who are going to come to the table. And look, sometimes we allow for our elected officials to do what it is that they do without consequence. And any elected official who would dutifully voted in can be recalled. That's in the Constitution, and so the Republicans and white folks, they exercise all of the laws under the Constitution to a science. We don't. And I think a lot of us, we're not even aware of that document, the Constitution. It's a slanted document. It's an outdated document, but it's the document that we have to deal with. And until we start telling our kids to get educations and go to law school and start getting involved in that process, we're going to continue to get what it is that we get. We have the ability to do all of that. We can play basketball, we can box, but at the same time, we're going to have to continue to be educated along the way, because without being educated, there's no inroads for you to participate in, as Fred would like to say, that fight, that real fight.
What's some of the because DB probably gonna stay there. What's some of the athletes you've worked with, and can you just tell us some insight? You got Mike Tyson, Serena Williams, and the list goes on. Baron Davis, the list goes on and on.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Baron. Baron made a lot of money and still has all of it. Baron just built a studio, his very own studio, right over here off of Jefferson in LA. Baron is doing movies himself. And, he's one of the guys that I've known, pretty much since he was a child. His mother was addicted to crack. His mother lives in New Orleans now. She's doing well. He bought the house that his grandmother stayed in, and his other relatives are staying in there. He bought the lot right next door to them so that if they want to build on that, they can build on that. So this notion that Baron Davis is one of those guys that ran away from where he is, no, he ran to where he came from and embraced it and did a remarkable job. I lived with Venus and Serena Williams at a time when they left here to go to Florida. And Richard and I go back a long ways. I remember getting chastised because I was sitting out on the front porch of my apartment in Hawthorne eating cheese and crackers with this old man who everybody said was crazy, right? And Richard was someone that I believed in. And what Richard did when he went to Florida, we stayed in the same house. In fact, I still have a gun in that house. He sent me out to go buy a Glock. And the Glock is still in the same house, man. Wow. But what Richard did, what people don't know about what Richard did, Richard created a check. It was a fake check. And it was a check for like $40,000 or something like that. And he showed that check to Jim Murray, the late Jim Murray of the LA Times. And Jim Murray wrote a piece about Venus. And they turned out to be some pretty good tennis players, but they were myths because Richard wasn't really allowing for them to participate in tournaments or anything like that. And this notion, Richard knew that Serena was going to be better than Venus because Serena was hungrier than Venus. Venus got everything early on, but Richard was a self-taught guy. He was a self-taught guy. He's had some health issues, but he still texts me from time to time. And You know, and again, because tennis is what it is, right? The one thing that they kind of use the moniker of coming from Compton, and they weren't living the moniker of coming from Compton. They use that in white America. It was, you know, it was the story, it was the tangible piece, but they was living the life of white America. You know, I mean, both Venus and Serena, you know, they both date, you know, guys that are not people of color. And, you know, when someone says, well, what's wrong with that? Well, everything is wrong with that. Everything is wrong with that. Because essentially, what we try to do is assimilate, right? We try to be a part of instead of being happy to be a part of what it is that we already are. I am proud as all outdoors of being a product of South Central Los Angeles. I'm proud of all outdoors of being a product of Fremont High School. I'm proud of all of outdoors to being a member of, you know, a lounge, of cigar lounge. It's like the Black Wall Street LA Lounge. And then my boys lounge in Carson, the Hidden Humidor, because we all believe the same thing. We all believe that it's about uplifting and empowering people who look just like us. And so LA Lounge has gotten to the point now to where we're spitting out that bread to these elected officials. And when these elected officials get elected in the office, there's some deliverables that we can go and have that conversation with them about. And so I'm part to be a part of that. But you know, he impressed me. I have some guys that are friends of mine who are not, you know, rich, that I had great. John Williams. I mean, I was involved in so many recruiting books behind John Williams. My life was on the line with him, talking about stuffing me in the trunk of cars. And the bottom line is, I didn't have shit to do with John Williams and where he was going to go to school. Tarkanian, the late Jerry Tarkanian, wanted to knock me off. Dale Brown lied to me. John Williams' story was a mess, but John Williams' mom and John Williams today are still very good friends of mine. Dwayne Poley, another very, very good friend of mine, good friend of yours, Fred. And Poley is the one guy whose name is cachet wherever it is that he goes. He played in and participated in and was the player in the greatest high school city championship. You know, he had the single best performance in city championship history. And to this day, wherever he goes, people know who he is. Wow. And so you have him, you know, Dane Suttle, somebody that I grew up with, you know, Carmelo Anthony, tremendous amount of respect for Carmelo Anthony, who went to Verbum Day, went to Pepperdine, wasn't a big basketball star, but is business savvy, on State Farm Insurance, still contributing back to kids and doing the thing that he's doing. And then the people who were instrumental in those guys, like Thaddeus McGrew, who's now working with the Milwaukee Brewers, who is instrumental with Barron and Paul Pierce for a very long period of time. And it's sad that these guys ultimately have to go and work someplace else, because after you build and help establish the person that guys become, you can no longer eat off of them. You know, that you don't have that slice of the pie. And it's hit and miss. All of them are not guaranteed, you know, to make it. You know, there are a number of guys that, you know, we were talking about Raymond Lewis, Barron and I. Raymond Lewis is without question the greatest basketball player to ever lace him up. And Raymond Lewis was living in Watts. He died in Watts with his legs cut off, the same house that his mother died in, you know, right there in Watts. So, you know, there are a number of guys, when I was in Cleveland, didn't have a direct personal relationship with LeBron, but spoke to him frequently at press conferences while I was covering the Cavaliers. And we had some contact. And Ty Lue, who's now coach of the Clippers, we've had some contact. And I could tell you that both Ty Lue and LeBron James are genuine in what it is that they believe in, man. they believe in this right here. And they're going to do everything that they possibly can to uplift this right here. And so, those guys, Byron Scott, I used to play against Byron Scott. He annihilated me, as a younger player. But Byron Scott is a guy that, that I knew throughout the years. I've just never been a guy who was starstruck. And, I taught my son the same way. I remember I'd take my son, to some of the events and games that I would go to. And he asked me, he says, Dad, his favorite player was Nick Van Exel. And he said, Dad, could I get Nick Van Exel's autograph? And I kindly pulled him to the side and said, no. And I explained to him, I said, the only time you want you want somebody's autograph. He asked for his autograph. He said, the only time you get somebody's autograph if it's on a check. And I said, so he's not starstruck, doing quite well for himself, was responsible for Precious Achua, who's with the Miami Heat, got a 9th grade, Chinese kid who's going to be a super, super player. So he's doing well for himself. And because you don't look up to anybody, you look a person in the eye. You don't look up at anybody and you don't look down at anybody. And if we can continue to deal on that level, we'll be all right.
Money in the Ghetto has a question. Can you name a few business opportunities in Nigeria?
Yes, contracting, construction. If someone can put together an automobile plant over there, for the most part, they're still buying mopeds and buying all of their vehicles from China. If something like that was built over there, I'm sure they have the money to support it. They still got, an abundance of dirt roads. So there's money. There's certainly opportunity in infrastructure. There's opportunity in nutrition. There's an abundance of opportunity in Nigeria. And, Lagos in Nigeria is like New York City. The film industry is off the charts. I mean, Nigerians can produce a movie in 48 to 72 hours, and the movie would have all of the bells and whistles and it sells. And Nigeria is one of the top 5 film distributing countries in the world. So there is a lot of opportunity in Nigeria, and we only just brushed up a little bit on sports, but in the next few years, you're going to see more and more Nigerian basketball players come out. They're going to be just as every bit as talented. The Greek Freak is Nigerian. He just moved to Greece.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's Nigerian. He just moved to Greece. So, the opportunities are just unlimited, man.
And Kevin Cunningham told me to tell you what's up.
Who?
Kevin Cunningham.
I love Kevin Cunningham. I spent time with Kevin Cunningham in St. Louis, and I never will forget. Here's a story that people don't know, Fred. When Corey Spinks and Zab Judah fought in St. Louis, the fight was essentially a bust. We had to give away most of the tickets. And subsequently, when we started giving away blocks and blocks of tickets, people start buying. It was a sellout in the end, right? But it was I had so much fun. I mean, Kevin will tell you this. I mean, St. Louis was like my second home, man. And I got one of my better friends, DJ Demetrius Johnson, who used to play football in the NFL, played for the Rams a little bit, and he's one of my better friends. We still talk right now to this day, man. I absolutely love St. Louis, and Kevin knows about my boy Rick the Ruler. Rick the Ruler was in the game, man. Rick the Ruler was in the game, but every time I was in St. Louis, man, they treated me with so much love and so much. It was like home, dude. It was like home. It was the essence of who we are as a people. And I thought about both Kevin and Corey when Leon passed away, man. You know, I did. And Kevin's such a pillar, man. He is the one trainer, and I could tell you this, Fred. He's one of the few trainers that he gets a guy down here and the guy goes up here. You know, Buddy McGirt can't train a dog. You know, Freddie Roach. Freddie Roach is a guy that's always got somebody from somewhere else. Rarely has he made anybody. But that guy, Kevin Cunningham, he can make a fighter.
DB?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One of our sisters, TT, in the chat, she says, are the opportunities there in Lagos rooted in Chinese money and influence?
Can you say that again?
She says, are the opportunities there in Lagos rooted in Chinese money and Chinese influence?
No. Oh, no. Look, Nigerians have their own money. Yeah, Nigeria. Look, of all the places that you can think of, there is no paper shortage in Nigeria.
I get the emails every day.
Huh?
I get the emails every day.
Yeah, there's no paper shortage in Nigeria at all. But what China has done, you know, China is opportunistic. I mean, the United States has so much debt that China is not even funny. We'll never be able to get out of bed with China. You know, so this notion that we're going to do tariffs and all this dumbass shit, man. China owns more stuff in the United States than what you could ever imagine. And they're trying to do the same thing in Nigeria because that's where that oil is, man. And I don't care how many electric cars that they build, oil is still always going to be king. Ask the people in Saudi Arabia and ask anybody else around the world. Oil is always going to be king.
GB?
Gotcha. Yeah, and then there's a question from my brother Trap Lord. He said, how would you go about purchasing land in Nigeria?
Well, first of all, you got to go over there. You know, you have to go over there. And then you would speak with the governors. The governors in Nigeria are like presidents of regions, right? And you can go over and develop a relationship with a governor, let them know it's not about purchasing the land, it's purchasing the land and building something on the land. And in a lot of instances, Nigeria is willing to pay the freight. They're willing to pay the freight. I mean, China's not over there China's not over there because they're giving them money. China's not saying, I want to go and help some black people in Nigeria. Oh no, it's a ton of money over there. Here I come. Now, all of the vehicles in Nigeria were made in China, man.
Who's the best fighter in boxing
right now?
Yeah, or a couple of them.
You know, I love Devin Haney, man.
Do you?
I do, man. I mean, I know that he hasn't had that test.
It's coming. Are you going?
Huh?
It's coming May 29th.
Yeah, he hasn't. I love Devin Haney. I love Lopez. Lopez is gangster too. and I wish Tank. And look, you can say what you want to say about Earl Spence, man. He's not the fighter that he once was. You know, the accident, I think, took a little bit out of it. I think, well, more than anything else, I think Porter took a lot out of it because Porter has a way of impacting you down the line with just a pure physicality and brute that he makes you, you know, Floyd used to say this all the time. Look at the guys that he fought and tell me what they did after Floyd. And so Porter has that kind of impact. You know, I think Joshua and Fury is going to be a fantastic fight. I love Joshua and Fury, but you can just pick a number of guys in the welterweight, junior welterweight division, and Terrence Crawford. I mean, the thing that's going to get to Terrence Crawford, I think, is age. You know, and boxing is not the kind of sport to where it's going to tell you when you're going to start slowing down. That's why Floyd was so incredible, man. It was so incredible. He was able to hide any deficiency that he had because his boxing IQ was always absolutely off the charts. But, Tan Crawford, he has been in some real tough fights. And, I think he's 30, 33, 34, might be 30. Is he 35 yet, Fred?
Right there, 34, 35, somewhere in there.
Yeah, he's somewhere in that neighborhood. And so if I'm one of the young guys, now is the time to order up Terrence Crawford, because Terrence Crawford's going to grow, old in the ring. I gotta ask this question. Where is my boy Deontay Wilder?
He just did an interview today on a podcast. I didn't get a chance to watch it, but he's in that. He's trying to get his third fight. He's trying to get the.
He needs to forget about the third fight. Tell
your perspective on that.
Look, that window is gone. That window is closed. Look, they're gonna monopolize this heavyweight title fight with Fury and Joshua. They're going to milk everything they can. What's going to happen when they're not fighting each other anymore and there's no more money for Fury and Joshua, they're going to relinquish the belts. So if I'm Deontay Wilder, I don't get caught up into that, because there are a number of things that he obviously sees now that he didn't know before that he has to improve on. And I would take the lesser guy for the lesser money and try to get me a belt, because I don't think he's going to see Fury or Joshua ever. I think they're going to sign a 3-fight contract. The first fight, Joshua's likely going to win that fight. The second fight, he may just annihilate Fury. It won't be any reason for a third fight. Anthony Joshua, there's no reason for him to come across the pond. Why would he fight Wilder? He can fight one of his sparring partners in over there and get money. So Wilder needs to. One of the hardest things in the sport of boxing is looking in the mirror and seeing where you are. And right now, Deontay Wilder's on the outside looking in. I'm disappointed that he's here in Southern California with all of the stuff that's going on here, with homeless, escalating, way out of control. And he's not invested himself in this, that he's not got his name out there and let people humanize him.
Sure.
Because if boxing's a cruel sport, man, sometimes out of sight, out of mind. Now, who is he going to fight? Don King ain't going to let him fight Trevor Bryan. Don King's going to hold on to that strap, whatever it is. He's going to hold on to that strap. I mean, and he's 90 now, and every year he said, I ain't got that much time left, but it seemed like the Negro is going to outlive time. So if he's going to milk Trevor Bryan for everything Trevor Bryan can get.
Right.
That's a staple.
Do you think there's collusion on the business side to make sure that the Fury Joshua fight happens, meaning that even though they're going through mediation, it's still going to leverage towards the business of boxing? It's still going to leverage itself towards going across the pond?
I mean, you can call it collusion or you could call it the cash cow. I think when there's that much money involved, look, Bob's got a piece of Fury. He gonna eat. Everybody's gonna eat. And then Bob has he's just signed the Nigerian heavyweight, who I think has some tremendous promise. And Bob is brilliant at getting guys victories. He's brilliant. He's always been brilliant. And, I remember when he had Oscar De La Hoya, and I went to sleep one day and woke up. I said, damn, he's 10-0. I thought he only had one fight. So he's going to move this Nigerian heavyweight that he has at a very slow pace. Remember that Joshua and Fury are going to fight 3 times, and that's going to be it. And I don't think that Anthony Joshua is one of those guys that wants to just keep. I mean, what does he have to prove? You know, after Fury, what's left? You know, that could have been Wilder, but it's not Wilder. And Wilder needs to understand, look, man, you ain't even being promoted by Don King, but you ain't fought in a long ass time. You need to get your butt in the gym, and you need to tell Al Haymon, hey man, get me a fight. Let me get in the ring. Let people know that I'm still alive, that I still can fight. And then he's starting to get long in the tooth. Yeah, Wilder's starting to get long in the tooth, but I think that the window for I mean, they don't have to fight him. Well, for what?
What's your relationship like with Bob Arum? I have a relationship with Bob Arum because of you. All those bus rides I used to go on.
Yeah, look, I absolutely love Bob Arum. He is, and Don King's like Don King a different reason, but every time I call Bob Arum, he answers the phone call. And I never will forget, there was a time when there was a fight happening in Vegas. I can't remember which fight it was. And I was at the Sentinel.
Was it Timothy Bradley?
It might have been Timothy Bradley.
It was Timothy Bradley, because you made me get on the bus. I think,
exactly. and right. And I asked Bob Arum to buy an ad in the Sentinel. And boxing don't buy ads. And Bob Arum said, well, just tell me how much it costs and I'll make it happen. And what a person does in action speaks louder than any amount of words. I have Bob Arum number in my phone right now. If I call Bob Arum tomorrow, he'll answer the phone. Hey, how you doing? Yeah. And I mean, so I love Bob Arum. Think that he is hopes he lives a long, long time, because it's going to be really interesting if the sport of boxing loses Bob Arum. It's going to be really interesting. He's been the guy. He's outlasted. First it was Golden Boy. They gone. Al came in, and he's hit Al with a few lefts, right hooks. Al just has so many elite fighters in his stable.
Right.
But you look at Bob Arum's stable. Bob Arum got fighters. He's got studs.
What's some of his shortcomings, Bob Arum?
He don't pay him enough.
He don't pay his fighters enough, right?
No, he don't. I mean, and look, Bob Arum has always been economically sound. And he's not going to overpay. And I mean, it's not that he robs any of the guys, right? It's just that he's not going to push the margins to overpay. And he will let a fighter walk. He will let a fighter walk before he overpays. But when the guy walks, the guy going to cut Bob Arum a check.
Yeah, right.
Now, that's his shortcoming. But what really neutralizes his shortcomings is that he's going to keep you active. He's going to get you fights. Eventually, you're going to have to be in a fight that you're going to get you some fight, but eventually you're going to have to really fight. You're going to have to really perform. And then when you really perform, like, Terrence Crawford's outperformed his contract by far. And, I've heard rumors that Terrence Crawford's supposed to be, leaving Bob Arum. And trust me, I think if Terrence Crawford wanted to go at this point in time, Bob's not going to lose any sleep with that.
Wow. Go ahead, DB.
Yeah, he's not going to lose any sleep with that.
Yeah. So there's a few of them in here, and I'll mix it in with mine. So one is, what does Al Haymon, or what do you think Al Haymon can do to become a better advisor? And you can kind of answer this question together, but my brother says, what is boxing missing from a marketing standpoint, and also how would you rebrand it?
Well, I think it's like I said earlier, that what boxing is missing from a marketing standpoint. And look, to Al Heyman's credit, he's tried it all, right? Remember, he bought time with a network to kind of like own the time and sell advertising. But the difference is the universe of advertisers that were associated with that network wasn't spending that money with Bob Arum, right? And so I think that he is going to have to think outside of the box. Bob Arum, because he's so economical, he could do the deal with ESPN, right? And then when he really has to pay a guy, ESPN has the universe and the pay-per-view numbers to be able to push your pay-per-view fight. And Al has to think outside of the box. So what's left for him? You know, number one, you got all of these fighters and all of them want to fight. So the game changer would be for Al Heyman to create his own network. But in order to create your own network, you have to have the capital. So, and trust me, before he should even think about selling out, he should bring in a partner and say, let me create my own network. I mean, if Danzig can do it, Al Heyman has way more product than Danzig. And see, people are a lot of times people just look at the universe of the United States, but boxing's a world sport. So if you create your own network and you sell 200,000 units in the Netherlands, or 30,000 over here, or 150,000 in China, or that number is going to be much higher than that.
Right.
And I mean, dude, you should create your own network, and then you can control it all. And then when you get ready to cash out, you can cash out, and you don't just have, Al Heyman owns Bounce TV. He owns Bounce.
He hasn't sold it yet.
I don't think so.
Okay. Because I've had this conversation on his platform, and I mean, it's funny that you're echoing the same thing, similar sentiments that I've said. If he would have took that hedge fund money and built his own platform, he could have literally, been his own universe, as you said, Yeah.
I mean, and the hedge fund money is gone now. A lot of that hedge fund money is gone. But there are a number of ways that boxing is not doing what team sports are doing. You look at Major League Baseball, for example. You look at the National Football League. Whose uniforms are they wearing? Nike in both of them. NBA. Nike has all three professional sports. So if you're under my umbrella, you can't negotiate an individual deal with Nike. I want to negotiate a deal with Nike for PBC.
But that's micromanaging.
That's not look.
No, I'm saying that's an extension of the micromanaging.
Right. But no, here's the thing. I have to negotiate that contract with Nike for capital. I'm not precluding you, nor am I precluding Nike from having an individual contract with you if they want you to be a spokesman. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just simply saying, see, with the NFL, the NBA, and all these professional sports, Nike cutting one big check.
Right.
They're cutting one big check, and they have the exclusive arrangements to do all their uniforms. So if I got Nike, and let's just say the deal with Nike is $100 million, they cutting me one big check. You fighting for me? You gonna tell me you ain't finna wear Nike? You gonna tell me you're not finna wear Nike? I got $100 million coming from them.
Right. No, that's true. And I'm very hard on Al, and I want him to win because I mean, you can say what you want, DB. I'm hard on him because it seemed like they did this and just a complete nosedive with the scheduling. You understand? Like I just don't know where the money's at. I don't know where the lack of scheduling is. Because we talk about like announcements or schedules, whatever you want to call it, and many people in the shop say it shouldn't be a schedule in boxing. Some people say it should. I mean, people use their own discretion, but I think like there's something missing in PBC because Al has the brains. I don't think he has the know-how on the ground. You understand? Like it's something missing there.
Well, I think, Fred, you have to think about and see. Here's the difference between you when you're dealing with boxing.
Mm-hmm.
You're dealing with a lot of individual train wrecks. You don't know from one minute to the next where some of these guys are mentally or physically, right? So you're dealing with that aspect of it. And I think you made a comment that PBC was way up here and they nosedive down here. That's because they set the standard way up here. So wherever they land to in the middle is still elite and much better than what anybody else has.
Right.
They set the standard because they have so many elite fighters. So how many pay-per-view events can you have back to back? You understand what I'm saying? A glorious idea would be a Super Bowl event of boxing. A Super Bowl event of boxing, like Don King would do back in the day when it wasn't even the Super Bowl, to where you have five elite world championship fights. And you got all the guys on contract. Al can do what he want to do with the guys. You got all the guys on contract, and then you go to a sponsor and say, okay, look, I'm doing this and I'm doing this on my own network. And I got to have 100 million. You're going to get it.
Wow.
Because the eyeballs are going to be, you don't have to worry about people watching it and tuning into it because you have the fighters. You don't have just elite black fighters. You have elite Hispanic fighters. You got the fighters. You have the goods.
Right.
So I think COVID, and people have to understand this, COVID changed a whole lot of stuff.
Right.
Right? Because now I'm taking away my live gate.
Right.
And people say the live gate is not significant. No, maybe the live gate isn't significant, but what you're doing now is you're packaging a show into a universe to where there's a show on every platform at every single time. So there's nothing that you can do that would essentially make your event stand out and separate itself from the rest. So what do? You keep throwing away money in events like this, or you're thinking about a master plan? And I think Al Haymon is doing the latter. Al Haymon's not sleeping, but he understands that, look, my stable is elite. I got a lot of elite fighters, and there's going to be some knock it off within. Because if I'm Al Haymon, I ain't got to fight nobody else. I got all the goods. I got all the goods. You mentioned who is the best pound for pound fighter. I mean, Canelo Alvarez is out there because he's the cash cow. Cash cow. You know, but I don't think, in my opinion, there's any one guy that I would say, okay, I want to pay all the money to watch him. There are a number of guys that I have that opinion about. There are a number of guys, if somebody say, man, this dude is fighting, hey, get out the room. Or let me go down here to, Hidden Humidor. Let's put the fight on. Let's watch the fight. And there's a lot of guys like that. This is really a good time for the sport of boxing in terms of talent. It's just a bad season because of COVID.
Okay.
Yeah. So I really think that Al Heyman, he's too bright not to figure it out. If he lost half of his scruples right now, he's still brighter than everybody else in the world.
I agree. He's a smart man. Go ahead, DP.
Yeah, no, I never looked at it from that point that Al Heyman was the bar was set so high that even if he fell short, what's the old saying? If you reach for the moon and you don't make it, you'll still be amongst the stars. It's something like that, right? Yeah, that's
absolutely.
what Al Heyman's done. Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you may be right because I didn't think of that either. Because when he came out like a gangbuster. You know what I mean? And probably that has a level that is a percentage of my disappointment. You know, because I want to see Earl Spence fight more than once a year.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see Charlo fight more than once a year, and I and we're not getting it. So that's an extension of my frustration. So that's right. I'm glad you put it in those words.
Yeah, and look, you want to see those guys fight more than once a year, but eventually you can't beat up everybody in your own stable, right? So for me, the ideal fight for Charlo would be Canelo. You know, I don't know if Canelo will take that fight, but Canelo should take that fight because I think I don't think either one of the Charlo brothers are really, really great fighters. That's just my opinion. They hit hard, but they're not as skilled as I would like to see. And both of them can be hit. But I think the Canelo fight with one of the Charlo brothers would be a fantastic fight. And look, sometimes these fighters are going to have to start making decisions too, because even though we're in COVID, your birthday still rolls around in COVID.
Wow. Yeah.
You know, your birthday still rolls around in COVID, you know, and it's kind of like the NCAA. Your clock is running.
Yeah.
So eventually, just because you're not fighting, you're getting older, and your value because you're not fighting is going down. And it's kind of shameful that a lot of these guys, and I'll say Al Heyman's stable because he has all of the goods. It's kind of shameful that a lot of them don't have significant endorsement deals.
Right.
You know, I'm a firm believer that every professional athlete should be able to monetize themselves just as significantly outside of the sport that they're participating in as they are in. And boxers have the greatest opportunity to do that because they're not always active frequently enough, you know. So, but they get some money, they turn into Adrian Broner, you know, and so these guys are not doing a good enough job with the people around them to market themselves. You look at Canelo. What sponsor does he not have? What sponsor does he not have? Under Armour? Check. What sponsor does he not have? You know, and so that is because Canelo is surrounded by enough savvy marketing and business people that will go out and execute that economical stream for him. And look, Wilder, what deal did Wilder ever have? Go ahead, I'll wait.
I think he has the boxing glove. He has Everlast. I know he has that one.
Everlast is shit.
I'm just saying off top of my head.
Yeah, but Everlast is shit. Everlast is shit. Fred, if right now you told me, hey, look, Ken, I want to do some training and I want to train a couple people. See if you can give me some shit. I call Everlast and Spartan. They'll send you a box of shit. That's not money. That's just product. I'm talking about money and product. Most of these guys, when you see them doing the big fights, you'll see them have on these sweatsuits and stuff like that. Man, they paying for that shit. Canelo ain't.
So let me ask a question.
Pacquiao wasn't.
Let me jump in here for a second because I don't want to get too far past this. My memory's short. Number one is if, let's say, for example, Jermell Charlo or Deontay Wilder had those same people, the business savvy people that you talk about around them, Do you think that they would have those same endorsements that Canelo has? And
they may not have the same endorsements that Canelo have, but they could have endorsements. I just mentioned Nike, right? But there could be car dealerships. There are endorsement opportunities galore in other aspects of the world that these guys could be cashing in on. They could be creating their own brand. I mean, dude, Klay Thompson, who plays for the Golden State Warriors. What shoe brand is he with?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
It's a shoe brand out of China.
Oh, it sure is.
That's paying him every bit of the amount of money. If it paying him more money than what Nike, Adidas, Under Armour would pay him. And so the opportunities are out there, and you just have to be savvy enough to go do it. It's not like you don't have the time on your hands, because you're not fighting that much. So these guys are essentially, spending their own money on their fancy trunks and the entourage sweatsuits and all of that other stuff, when if they had an endorsement deal, they would be getting paid. Now you see guys where they get a little patch or something like that, and they may get $25,000 for the patch. I remember back in the day, Icelink would pay somebody 10 bands and give them an iced out watch, under Golden Boy. So the opportunities are there. You just have to have the people around you to get those. And look, holla at your boy. I can get you some bread. Holla. Holla. Want to eat? Holla at your boy. I can get you some bread. But I'm going to want my cut. I'm not volunteering my time, but holla at your boy and I can get you some bread.
Yeah, I'm sure Fred will chop that up, and hopefully we get some fighters to do that, man, because I think everybody, for us, not just here in the barbershop, but just in our general community, we want that for the guys. And I don't know what it's missing. I don't know if it's the sharpest business person. I'm not sure if it's, the look of the guy or the reputation. I'm not sure. But if you could help some of these brothers to get some sponsorships and and to increase their brand, yeah, I think we're all for it. But let me go back to this before I get too far. You mentioned that the Charlo brothers weren't that special, and yeah, of course you're entitled to that. But I just want to remind you that Jermell Charlo has 34, 35, maybe 36 fights. He's beat every person that he's been in the ring with. The guys that he's fought, at least in his last 10 fights, have been the number one contender or a champion or something. But he's working on on becoming undisputed.
Hey, look, don't put words in my mouth. Let me tell you what I said. Okay. I said the Charlo brothers are not very skilled, and I don't think either one of them can beat Canelo Alvarez. That's what I said. I didn't say that they weren't good. They're very good, brutal, physical fighters, but both of them get hit. And the fact that they've been fighting number one contenders, I mean, come on, man. Off a phone call, Don King can call Suleiman and get somebody moved up to number one. That rating shit don't mean nothing to me. I'm talking about the skill set of the guys that they're fighting against. And look, I love both the Charlo brothers, because they represent everything that boxing is all about. I just don't see them as being as skilled. I mean, we're talking next level kind of stuff, They're not meeting next level guys. So you're not going to be able to just go in there and just brute through somebody, when you got somebody in front of you that's skilled enough and they can touch you right here and they can wear you out a little bit. I don't see Charlos having that kind of skill set, but they're not that kind of fighters. They're brawlers. And it's been successful for both of them up to this point. But I think that if they met an elite fighter, I don't think that either one of them could beat an elite fighter.
Got it. And who's that? I mean, because you said Canelo's name, someone to use that.
Canelo would probably right now be the only one. But again, they too are getting long in the tooth. Both of the Charlo brothers, there's two are getting long in the tooth. And because they're in all of these physical fights, you know, styles make fights and timing is everything. And so you get a fighter in the right situation and the right skill set, and you get caught. I mean, I've seen both of them get hit a lot.
Yeah, who would be those elite fighters that Canelo got in there and beat?
Well, I mean, look,
names that we're all familiar with, but I'm talking about elite fighters that he beat in their prime.
Canelo's beat everybody except for Floyd. That's all I need to tell you. I don't care. You know, he didn't fight Andre Ward, you know, but again, Andre Ward was not someone that even though he was a champion and he fought a couple great fights. Andre Ward wasn't a guy that I would look at and be like, oh, wow, that's Andre Ward. No. Andre Ward wasn't a killer. Andre Ward wasn't a killer, and Canelo is not necessarily a killer, but his skill set, he has a unique, elite skill set to where he not only can fight with his hands, but he can fight with his hands. He's got great feet, eye, and hand coordination. And those are some elements in the sweet science that you have to have. Charlos are brawlers. Don't get me wrong. They're outstanding fighters. But when a brawler runs into someone who has the proper skill set and can touch him in the right places at the right time, it's going to be a problem for him.
Okay. How do you feel about Erickson Lubin?
Who?
Erickson Lubin.
What weight is he?
He's a junior middle. He's at 154.
You mean for Charlo?
Right.
Yeah, I think Charlo could beat him.
No, he already beat him.
Yeah. No, I've not seen him. I've heard of him, but I don't Charlo, look, Charlo can beat guys like that. He can't beat an elite boxing jabber, high IQ guy. He gets hit too much for me.
Well, Jordan says, play the song, Fred. I think, you know, I mean, we got a lot of pro Charlo guys in here, and rightfully so, but you got to give Tony Harrison credit that second fight, dog. I don't give a fuck what the judges say. That was one round either way. I'm just keeping it a buck. That shit was even. Either Harrison up one fight. Before the 3 knockdown round. Either it was 1 round Charlo or 1 round Harrison. That fight was nip and tuck in my eyes.
That was a hell of a fight.
Yeah, it was a hell of a fight. So I get where you're coming from when you got a highly skilled guy that's going to lead with his jab, knows what's coming next, use defense, anticipate well, you know, take one thing away from Charlo, because that 5th, 6th round, Charlo was confused. He was roaming around the ring, moving, and didn't know what he was doing. And I thought Derek James did a great job at getting him back on their game plan. I was at the fight, so I didn't hear what Derek James was saying, but he obviously did something in the 9th or 10th, 11th round that actually got the stoppage. So,
yeah, look, the one thing you got to give Charlo, both of them, credit for is that nobody's going to come into a fight with more heart than them.
Right.
And nobody's going to come into a fight with more effort than them. The key is, will somebody come into the fight with an equal amount of those two things and more skill than them? And that latter part is the piece. They are just brutal brawlers, but they expose themselves to danger at every single chance. And ultimately, when you expose yourself to that much danger, you're bound to lose a fight. You're bound to get caught and lose a fight.
Right. We're going to get him out of here. You got 5 more minutes, Ken?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you got 5 more minutes. Go ahead, DB.
Okay. My brother Shelton Moore, he said, asking, does he think that the sale of Fox to Disney changed the game for PBC?
The sale of what? Of Fox?
Disney.
Oh, big time. Big time, because it's a monopoly, man. Disney got the whole 9 yards now. Disney got ESPN, Fox. That is the game. That is the game. And that's why PBC has to create its very own network.
It
has to.
It's funny you say that, because I've said it in so many words on this platform, is that they're going to squeeze out. When you make a deal with them dudes, them small hat dudes, they in cahoots with each other. They not going to say, hey, Al is a good brother. Nah, they going to say, I've been doing business with this dude for perpetuity. I'm about to go to this guy I have Shabbat with every Friday night, whatever you want to call it. I got to protect his. And I think they're going to squeeze Al to the position where we want 25%, 50%, 75%. That's
well, look here. I still think that Al Heyman is in the driver's seat, because Al Heyman is the one that has the goods. And when Fox got in bed with him, you can only ride with UFC for so long, and UFC is a unique market in itself. But what they were able to do, and like ESPN is doing, is that they were able to offer you both combat sports. And when Fox can't offer, Fox probably, because they, I don't think that they're going to take programming from ESPN. But when you can't offer both, Al has them by the balls in that category.
Okay, good.
I got the goods, right? So now what you have to do in thinking outside of the box is, let me find a player that wants to compete against these two monsters, right? And preferably a player that has the capital. You can do what Danzig is doing. Danzig's don't have to play with you. They got Anthony Joshua. They're gonna get 300, 400, 500,000 every single time Joshua goes. Joshua guaranteed $1 million overseas, so you don't have to worry about that. But you're gonna have to be able to create something like that, or think outside of the box. I really don't understand. Well, I do now, because HBO is shrinking. HBO is going to be a streaming third level movie site, in a moment. But the money is out there, and you just got to be creative and find it. And look, here's what else Al can do. Al is a concert guy, so he has all of the entertainers in the world. Man. So what he can package, nobody else can package. He can essentially say, look, I'm finna give you 3 world champion fights, and then I'm gonna give you Beyonce and Jay-Z.
Right.
Or whoever.
Yes.
And see, each and every one of those entertainers, all of them have numbers. They have verifiable numbers on social media platforms that changes the numbers for anything. And that's all networks are looking for, is numbers. Because when an advertiser decides to write a check, they want to look at the numbers. So Al has the numbers. Now you just got to figure out the platform to get it out there.
Right. Birdman said, dude, tripping, Fred. What he said about Spence, Charlo, and Wilder.
But look, who in the hell is Wilder? Where's he at? Where's he at? And I love Earl Spence. But there are a couple things that bother me with Earl Spence. I know that Porter is so brutal. He takes something out of every fighter that he has. Then you couple that with the accident that Spence had. If you go back and you look at Spence with the Porter fight, I mean, that was a hit or miss fight, that if Porter had any kind of power, he could have knocked him out. But he doesn't have the kind of power where he could knock him out. So you couple that with the accident. Then you add on top of that the time away from the ring. And then now when he goes into the ring, whomever he fights next is going to be elite with power in both hands. Earl Spence is vulnerable. Charlo is a brawler. They can continue to get away with brawling and brute strength until they run into the ring with a skilled guy that's got just enough punching power to make them respect him. Every time they throw a punch, they're getting cracked. Mm-hmm. It's just not enough to hurt him.
Spence did say Porter was better than what he thought he did in that press conference, I thought. And you're right. I said, not in writer terms of, I don't think Porter took anything out of him, but I think the inactivity, like I think the inactivity of PBC is just going to make their fighters as an individual like lessen. Like if I was Spence, I would have, what he fought December 5th. I would have came back in the spring.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing that very few people understand. When you've not really fought, right? And you've not went through a 6 to 8 week training for a fight. And then once you get into that fight and it's a physical fight. I mean, you can't tell me that Porter has close to the same skill set as Spence does. You can't tell me that. So that, because he had to work harder for that, right? All that time going on. So you go out and you knocked on your ass for a while after something like that. And then you get in an accident, get involved in an accident where you almost lose your life. We only know what they tell us about injuries that he sustained. He knows about injuries that he sustained that they're not even telling us about. And so there's a healing process. That's why athletic commissions across the landscape, you're not going to see a lot of guys. There's like a 30, 60, 90-day waiting period before certain guys could even get back into the ring. So it's not like, okay, I just had a fight, let me get back in the ring. Who's going to license you to get back into the ring?
Right. No, you're right. I mean, you're making sense, and Earl is hearing this, and I say this. I thought the Danny Garcia, and I said this on his channel. I thought Earl would be 70-80% of himself, and I think he needed to get back in training camp immediately and get to the next fight. I thought the next fight he was going to be better, but I mean, you got to feed your muscles the same way you feed every other thing in your life. You know, like it's that important.
Well, I mean, I think what you're alluding to, Fred, is what made Floyd, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, one guy, the greatest boxer in the history of the game, because his activity outside of the ring always complimented him being in the ring. You know, he lived a lifestyle to where he didn't drink, he didn't smoke. You know, he was a gym rat. He was essentially a gym rat. Even when he was, I mean, Floyd right now is still going in the ring, in the gym, hitting the speed bats and all that. You know, in order to be really great, you got to love it. And there are a number of these guys that we're talking about. I think what they love is the money that they're getting from doing it. I don't know if they really love it enough to want to be super, super great at it.
Go ahead, DB.
Yeah, I wanted to see what you thought about some of Canelo's investors, JCC Jr., Rocky Felding, Liam and Caleb, and also Avni Yildirim.
Look, smart. Look. I don't know who in the hell any of those people are. You just I don't know. Hey man, but look, here's the thing. Look, Canelo is really like one of the most fortunate fighters in the history of boxing, because and he's fortunate, but his investors understand that every time he steps into the ring, he's gonna have a cult following every time he goes to play. But here's the thing that I gotta give you guys a qualifier when it comes to marketing, when it comes to advertising and all of that. When you go to a basketball game or a sporting venue and you see some sign going around the arena, or if you go to a boxing match and you see, you know, let's say Corona on the ring mat, is that shit really gonna make you go out and buy that shit? Ain't no justifiable number in that. It's a relationship. Because you can't justify it. It's a branding. It's a repeat. consistent in your face kind of branding thing to where Corona's everywhere and all that stuff. But there's no way of really, there's no numbers or metrics to where you can really track that kind of stuff. And if any company tells you that there is, they are fucking lying. They're outright lying to you. There's no real, people are doing business with who they want to do business with. And so, but for Canelo, look, the only numbers you can measure now are social media metric numbers. Those are the real numbers, and those are the ones that are making, advertisers, write checks. And if you got that, I mean, Al, bring the entertainers out. I think the Isley brothers, I saw them on YouTube the other day. Them motherfuckers is fried, man. Isley brothers and Earth, Wind and Fire. Them motherfuckers is done. But Al has enough relationships in entertainment and sports to where you can rule the world, baby, if you want it.
Yeah, he definitely could. And we had that conversation here about, man, because Triller is doing it now. Imagine if Al did that shit.
Yeah.
Because he has his connections, and he has the connection the fighters have. You get what I'm saying? You
Triller
put all
did an exhibition. That really was. I paid for that. That was a pretty good show.
Yeah, it was a pretty good show.
Yeah, that was a pretty good show. I mean, I can't say much about the pillow fight, but
Yeah. Man, you spent 2 hours with us, man. I thought you was only gonna be here.
Look, man, I appreciate you, Fred. I'm always be here for you, man. You my guy, man. I love you, love your family, love your mom. Love your kids.
Oh, my mom said, my mom told me to tell you hello, man. And we haven't seen each other in 5 years, man. It seemed like we.
What? Look, it's opening up now. It's opening up now. I'm not gonna ask you if you had your shot. 5
years. You ain't.
I don't want to get into that political stuff. I ain't gonna ask you if you had your shot, but we could go break bread.
You ain't seen Lincoln in 5 years, man. Come see.
Let's hook up.
Love you, man. Thank you for coming.
I love you. All right, Fred. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
All the time, man.
All right, man.
Appreciate love you. DB.
Make America great again. Make boxing great again.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point, man. Like if Al put that shit together, what Triller's doing, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Like it's not even. Because you got to think about all the influence that Lil Tank got.
Yeah. Al can do it.
And then then you got Wilder. Then you got Danny Garcia. His sister's got 1 million followers on Instagram. I don't know how. I've never heard this music, but it's right there for him. It's right there for him. And he had Earth, Wind and Fire. Al had Earth, Wind and Fire. Al got all those old bands. He got them on the lock.
If Al don't do it, he's a terrible human being.
No, we're not talking about. No, you being extreme. I'm just saying that he really needs to take advantage of what we talked about when Marcus Watson called in about the Drake thing and Jordan was in here. I really believe that can be a great vessel to open up the market outside of our eyes,
Yeah. Man, let me back up a little bit, man, because I don't be wanting to get too loud or to talk over the guests, but god damn, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., Rocky Felding, Liam Smith, Caleb Smith, Avni Yildirim. Listen, if we give Canelo these praises, man, at least we got to know who he's been in the ring with. Damn, it's like it's regurgitated nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
It's the stuff that people hear when Andre Ward is on the other side of the fence, the stuff that he's spewing. It's the stuff that Pauline Malignaggi was spewing. It's the same bullshit that people who are supposed to be the people who are covering combat sports now in Stephen A. Smith, who don't even know how to throw a fucking punch.
Yeah, that's a fair perspective. Yeah, that's definitely a fair perspective.
But to say that, listen, we can't take somebody's last name and then group everybody there. We kind of had this conversation the other day, right? Talking about me, you, and Patty Dean at Barbershop, talking about the Nation of Islam or whatever.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
You You can't take the last name Charlo and make those two guys the same fighter. Jermell Charlo was getting ready to be undisputed. You understand? And to say that, let me see, I don't want to misquote. He said, not skilled. I mean, if you think about it, right?
He said not as skilled. He said not as skilled.
Okay, well, then maybe I missed that. But I wanted to get this, and I just
not as skilled as I would have liked. That's what he said. Not as skilled as I would have liked.
Yeah, that was the cleanup. But initially, it was like
no, that's what he said initially. I thought that's what he said.
He said they're not that skilled to me.
Okay, okay, yeah, that might have been what he said. That might have been what he said. You're right. That might have been what he said.
So when we think about a good boxer, right? And you can correct me and add some things in, but speed, power, great jab, will to win, ring generalship, ring IQ, cardio, defense, which is obviously, parrying, slipping, head movement, feet, angles, combos, and I mean, that pretty much covers it. So what is Jermell lacking that Canelo has so much of? And I'm just asking you. I'm not, because I know you can't answer for somebody else.
I'll answer for me. Like you talking about Jermell Charlo, not Jamal Charlo.
Jermell Charlo, the guy that's fighting that.
No, I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Now but I'm also speaking again, like I'm being a little facetious, but just for the people in the chat who may not understand 100%. But the guy that fought, the guy that fought Tony Harrison twice, and somebody in the chat, when I said he beat everybody that he's been in the ring with, pay attention to the words. He fought Tony Harrison. Tony Harrison won, but then he got in the ring with Tony and beat him. So he has beaten every person that he's been in the ring with.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I'll give you a second. I'm sorry. So if we rewind the conversation maybe 30 minutes before to talk about how great Terrence Bud Crawford is, and Terrence Bud Crawford gets his praise because of Undisputed. So if Jermell Charlo was getting ready to do the same thing that Bud Crawford did at a lower weight class, then how come we're not giving Jermell Charlo that same credit? Go ahead. Fred.
Well, I don't necessarily give Terrence Crawford credit because of the belts, and I'm not going to give Jermell Charlo credit because of the belts. Or it's an eye test for me. But as we get back to what I'm saying, if you look at Canelo as a standalone, we'll never know how good Canelo is because we don't know when and if, when he started using steroids, when he started, when he stopped. But we just going to take Canelo for what he is for his December fight and February fight, right? Okay. As it pertains to Jermell Charlo, I think Canelo has when the fight gets thicker, Canelo has a little bit more understanding. I'm not saying athleticism. I think Canelo will have a more understanding. I haven't seen Jermell really get into thick fights. I seen one, the Charlo fight. I mean the Tony Harrison fight, but I haven't seen him in a thick fight. You know what I mean? And the 50 and the 51 time is making weight. 51, 52. I know he's in the 50s. I think like that is pays dividends. 50 training camps pays dividends. Those I think that in terms of attributes below the waist, Jermell Charlo is elite in comparison to Canelo. I think Jermell doesn't really have the full understanding because if you really take your emotions away from Jermell Charlo, he wastes a lot of jabs. He doesn't really have a great reach. I'm just saying this just looking at his fights. I'm not looking at no statistics or anything like that. He winds up a lot. He doesn't box. He used to box under but he winds up a lot. Like he really winds up. So to get 3s and 4s out of Jermell Charlo, if you're not against the ropes, it's going to be challenging for him. You understand what I'm saying? In the middle of the ring, I rarely see Jermell put 3s and 4s and 5s together, slip, roll, catch, shoot. I haven't seen that consistently out of him. But I think that if you look at it on physical attributes, I'm going with Jermell Charlo. Like I say on this channel all the time, Jermell Charlo and Jamal Charlo, I mean, God made them special, like in terms of the physical attributes. I think that thickness in terms of finding a way to win, I think that advantage goes to Canelo. And that's an important attribute. Cotto had it. Cotto had that. He just knew how to fucking win. We're talking about Jamel Charlo. Cotto was that dude. Was he better than all those fighters? No. The best fight I ever seen against Floyd was Cotto digging into his I got the will to win bag. And Floyd said, nah, I got a will to win, and God made me different. And that's what we're waiting to see out of both those men. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. Where we want to see Canelo. We want to see Canelo versus Jamel Charlo, if that ever happens, right? Hypothetically, let's say, since he asked the question, I want to see that fight. I want to see, does that Houston power translate into a victory over who they call the pound for pound best fighter? And I want to see Canelo, is he who they say he is? You know, like I will always say, I don't know when he started using steroids. I don't know if he stopped. You understand? And you're talking to a guy who don't do drugs. I've never drank, never smoked. You understand? So I will always lean on that. But it's a lot of unanswered questions as it pertains to the three of them. That 3 ring circle, Big Charlo, Little Charlo, and Canelo. I don't have the answers in terms of round 6. Somebody's cut, somebody's eyes swollen, ribs hurt. I don't really truly have that question because, one, Canelo quit against Floyd, but he came back. And you can honestly say, and I'm real hard on Canelo, you can honestly say that Canelo works. I'm not going to say has he gotten better, because his quality of opposition, his first half of his career versus last 10 opponents, whatever. But you can honestly say Canelo works. He works. Has he gotten better? I don't know. Triple G, I didn't know Triple G was that good. I mean, I know he's a silver medalist, but I'm interested in that, DB. Like, I'm really interested in them. I'm like, I there's some unanswered questions that I have. I want to see Canelo in a fight. I know Jamel has but how about, I mean, he found a way to beat Tony Harrison and he lost the first one. So let's see the third fight. Harrison's going to make adjustments. Charlo's going to make adjustments. Let's see who wins. But in terms of physical attributes, I mean, they're not even on the same plane. Just that Canelo works. This is Canelo's 3rd training camp in 5 months. These guys are still driving Lamborghinis, buying chains, flying to Mexico, flying to Florida, flying to Vegas.
I got you, but that's still new for Canelo. Like,
that's the guy that's fighting. That's the guy that's fighting. If they fight in 6 months, this is the guy they're fighting.
Okay.
They're not fighting the 2013 version of Canelo. They're fighting the 2021 version.
No. Can we please stop? I mean, because these are 2 different people, and Jamel wanted to make this clear. Like, let's stop grouping them together as one. These guys are not fighting in the same division anymore. They both not 54ers. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And Jamel and Jamal fight differently. Mm-hmm. So, if we speaking about it, I mean, if we're comparing resumes, we're comparing Jamel's resume to Canelo's resume. But in terms of like fights to be made, it's Jamal versus Canelo.
I would love that fight. I think that's a fucking sensational fight. I mean, who wins? I mean, honestly, I'm a betting man. If you say, Fred, I got $13. I need $26 worth of gas to get home, I would say put it on Canelo. Because I haven't seen Jamal. Get hit in the face 3 times in a row. I haven't seen Jamel get hit Excuse me, Jamal. I haven't seen Jamal. Jamal's resume is at 160 come on, let's just be honest. It's pretty so great performance against J-Rock. J-Rock has proven to be a unified champion. That's a big ass win. But 160, he fought a guy that won a leg. He fought Hugo Centeno. He was in a tough fight against the guy that has consistently broke down. And he fought basically a journeyman, he's a hardworking journeyman, and it was a tough fight to win, but we knew that if Jamel was on his A game, he wins. But Jamal. I want to see Jamal in a step up at 160 or 168.
Cool. Let me switch reels because I know we get on Canelo.
Mm-hmm.
It's people just geek out and become fans all of a sudden, and everybody just becomes a fucking Canelo fan, no matter what he does, who he fights, how many needles he stick in his ass. So, but I want to go back to the Errol Spence thing. So, listen, who's knocked out Sean Porter?
No one. Only Broner and has knocked him down. No, I said no one. Only Broner and Spence has knocked him down.
Yeah, I'm getting there, but okay. So was Mikey Garcia not the number 3 guy pound for pound when Errol Spence fought him?
Say it again.
Was Mikey Garcia not the number 3 pound for pound fighter when Errol Spence fought him? Was it not 50-50 or even?
No, it wasn't a 50-50. Not to me. No, that shit was an 80-20 fight.
I'm not talking about Fred. I'm
Oh,
speaking
hell
about
no. No, hell no. How much money did I win on that fight? Oh,
no. Fred, you talking about Fred. I'm
telling you.
A question.
I'm telling you, the media, hell no, that wasn't a 50-50. They got to market it. Hell, no one thought Mikey Garcia was going to win, but the people who really picked him. You know what I mean? I'm like, I even told him, what the hell are you doing for 6 months? I told the Garcias, what the fuck are you doing? Y'all about to get butchered. Y'all going 0-3.
Got it. I'm just getting to a point.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't really stop there. But Danny Garcia was, Danny's got this hook and Danny would catch you and his counters are great. And if he catch you and Danny was a champion and Danny only got these losses, but it's just funny that after Errol fights these guys, then these wins are discredited.
I don't think it's discredited. I don't think the wins. Finish your point. I'm sorry. Finish your point. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Your
boy came on and he just discredited it, and also saying that Errol is not the same person, but he just fought Danny Garcia. Is Danny Garcia not that guy? But now after EJ beats him, now all of a sudden he's a step above bum status. I just don't get when people do that. And if Errol is not the guy that he was before, okay, maybe he was 3 times better than the guys before. Now he's just 1 or 2 times better. But there was obviously a reason for all these dudes to be ducking him for the better half of 4 to 5 years. Right?
No. That is a fair assumption. And the same analogy he used with PBC is the same analogy I'll use with Earl. You understand what I'm saying? And I will tell Earl this, nigga, if your grandma give you the recipe to make what's that shit? The analogy I used last week, the fucking yams, and you don't add too much nutmeg. You understand? The best I've ever seen Earl in terms of his desire, was the second half of Sean Porter and what's the guy's name? Chris Algieri. That's the best I've seen of Earl in terms of like, I'm going to get this shit. Like, I gotta go get it. And I think that I don't know what he was doing, but if Blu-ray is a part of that, if living at home for camp is a part of that, if only having 3 friends is a part of that, if whatever it is, I say do what works, because I thought that he said he said his goal was to make weight for that Sean Porter fight. You understand? So obviously he something has changed in him and stuff like that. So on the outside looking in, so you got to take into account, we talk about Errol Spence every day. This nigga is running a newspaper. He ain't watching boxing every. This nigga ain't been to a fight. I ain't been to a fight with this nigga Ken in about 6 years. What was the last fight we went to? Probably Marquez Bradley. That was probably the last fight he and I ever went to. Lincoln was probably 1 year old. Dead ass honest, maybe 6 months. You know what I mean? If that, you know what I'm saying? So the point I'm making is we're watching this every day, and there is room for improvement for Errol Spence. I think we're doing Errol Spence an injustice by saying, Earl, that Danny Garcia performance was a C-level performance. The Lamont Peterson performance was better than that Danny Garcia performance. Earl has a lot left in the tank because he has a Olympic pedigree. So what I mean by that is Jamel Herring. It shows up at 35. Jamel Herring like a top 5 fighter in the world last Saturday. So he has that in him. Earl has that in him. And because of the accident and because of the behind the jab performance against Danny Garcia, you know, I think he needs to get right back in the gym. I think he needs to get another fight in March, April. He should be fighting this month. You understand? I don't give a fuck who it is. It could be Robert Guerrero. But I think that training camp, getting that dog in him, getting that motherfucking aggression. You understand? And I understand that because I've completely shrunk my life, you know, working on this project. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and so I understand like how my aggression is getting better and better, stronger and stronger. So I think that if Earl had a fight date, I think that it'll keep him in that space. Because man, when you rich and happy, shit, man, you got 100-inch TV, you got a ranch. What, he got 40, 60, 70 acres? Come on, man. It's feeding, like tasting your own sweat, tasting your own blood. Like that shit is like endorphinous. You understand? If you don't work, you don't eat. And I think that what he's saying was about Wilder was about, because I think that he was speaking from knowing how boxing is going to treat him. That's why I asked him the question, because I know he's a Wilder fan, because I've hung out with him as it pertains to Wilder. But from what he's saying, like, boxing is going to do this nigga dirty. Like, he ain't going to get the fight, according to him and what he knows about his past business with boxing. Whether it's true or not, we don't know. We'll wait till May, or June, whenever they say it. But Wilder needs to get out and be more interactive. He had a podcast today, you know, and he's probably going to do that. But I think Earl needs to fight. Take a pay cut and fight. Your next fight's going to be on pay-per-view anyway. Take a pay cut, fight on Fox. You know what I mean? Beat Robert Guerrero up. You understand? Get these 12, 15,000 people to come out and support you. Beat this dude up. Take $1 million. Beat this guy up. Come back, and you still can write your own check when you fight Ugas. You know, that's why that's why those non-title fights are so important. You know what I mean? They can take pay cuts because they're not paying the sanctioning fees. So Earl's gonna say he's gonna fight a non-title fight. He ain't got to pay the $300,000-$400,000 in sanctioning fees. So that's, you could put that on his pay. So I think that from the dog perspective, like, I remember being around Earl, like walking around him, like being around him, not knowing who I am. Like there's a temperature about a person who's aggressive. You understand? You know what I'm saying, DB?
Yep.
Yeah, there's a temperature about him, you know? And I haven't been around Earl, so I haven't hung around him at a fight or nothing like that. So I haven't really shook Earl's hand since, I don't know when. Maybe the Mikey Garcia fight. I waved at him at the Errol Spence fight. I mean, the Sean Porter fight, but I haven't been around him. So, but what I'm saying is, that's what Canelo has right now. Canelo has a temperature about him. He has the heavyweight champion of the world sitting on the ring apron looking up at him. Think about that. Mike Tyson would never sit on a ring apron and look up at who was the champion? Pernell Whitaker at the time. No, it would be the other way around. If they're having a conversation, I saw a picture the other day of of Andy Ruiz listening to Canelo speak to him. At least that's what it looked like to me. Canelo has that temperature about him right now. He's in the gym. He's working. You understand? And the world will morph towards that. I'm not saying am I advocating for that? I'm telling you what I really, really see. You understand? And I think a black fighter or a fighter that we support, like Devin Haney. Devin Haney had 4 fights in 2019. Amazing. He had 4 fights in 2019. That's why we like him. That's one of the reasons why we like, because the nigga was active, giving money to the homeless. You know, I mean, he didn't win all those fights by knockout, but we knew we were going to see him. He was active. He was giving money to the homeless. He was giving, what is that? What's this called? A fucking, what is this called? A blanket. He was giving out blankets and Thanksgiving stuff. And I remember Ellie interviewing him. He was doing some stuff over there. And so it's a temperature. And I think Canelo has that temperature. I think Ryan Garcia is on the verge of having that temperature. Whether you like him or hate him, he's on the verge. He fought in January. We've talked about him I'm talking about boxing. We've talked about him every day, and now he's fighting July 10th. So that means 1, 7, 11, 12. So he's going to fight one more time this year. You understand? So it is what it is. And it's not by accident that everyone in his camp is winning. That's not by accident. That's not by accident that this nigga fought the fight of his life. I listen to TBA. I'm thinking this guy is Godzilla that he's fighting, but it's not by accident that Vargas, what's the guy's name? The little guy, 130? Valdez. I said Vargas. Valdez, Canelo, Ryan Garcia. It's not by accident that they all successful and they all winning big. They all winning. And when they win, it's exciting. It's fan friendly. And it's not by accident that they all coming out of the same gym.
I was getting ready to start talking about MMA and all of the Nigerian champions, but I'm like,
Oh, okay. Yeah. I knew you was gonna go into it. That's why I said DB's gonna stay there. And I just wanted to ask him about some boxing because I knew you were gonna talk about that with the Nigerians and all that. But yeah, okay. I'll take you a great example. I remember when Brian Custer went to interview Charlo and Earl Spence. I remember how that shit radiated off of my computer screen. I remember that shit. I remember how I was like, man, I was just looking forward to that motherfucking program. You understand what I'm saying? Got to get that back. Like, you got to get that back. Like you got to. You know, like Earl got to get to the point where we like, man, shit, no one can beat him. I know we think it, but that energy was like, oh, shit, Earl Spence. It's not even a question. Like, it's no way he should have been saying Terrence Crawford because he's not in boxing every day like us. He's just going off of like, but Earl Spence hasn't had that. You know, if he would have knocked out Danny Garcia, you understand, or been Earl Spence dominant, then it would have been, you know, but he got to get back on that staying active and, you know what I mean, videos in the gym every day, because whatever he posts, we gonna repost. You get what I'm saying? And that's the genius of Canelo. That's the genius of Carissa Shields. I said it the other day. I said, damn, because my first interview with Carissa, she was pudgy. She was like 180. 185, and that's why I was looking like
her frame, her
abs. Thank you, DB. I was like, fuck, damn. I was at a pro debut. I was on Andre Ward undercard against Kovalev. I was like, shit. Damn, she's worked on her frame. And I respect her for it. Every time you see her, she's in the gym or doing an interview. She ain't making the money that these fighters are making, but you can see the effort she's putting in. You know, she's not an advocate of the barbershop, but we just still tell the truth. You know, like she's really busting her ass. She's busting her ass. She's in the gym. I guarantee you, she's gonna post tomorrow. She's gonna do some type of training. Guarantee you. Someone gonna repost her training. I guarantee you, someone's gonna post her training tomorrow. How about the Charlos? How about Tank? How about Earl? How about Wilder? How about, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's a temperature you got to keep the fans in. You know what I mean? So it's what it is, you know? And I respect. So, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Do you honestly think that if Errol Spence would have knocked out Mikey Garcia, people would have looked at it differently? Because I feel that people would have said he was supposed to.
Well, he didn't. So I expected the knockout. I don't bet knockouts, not unless it's like I know it's gonna be a knockout, like Dillian White, Povetkin. You know what I mean? Wilder. I made $1,000 off of Wilder Fury. That was gonna be a knockout. You know, Earl should have stopped him. Earl, I wanted to stop it. I wanted to stop it for multiple reasons. So it was kind of personal because I was covering the Garcias the whole way. I had the Garcias for Josecito Lopez. I had the Garcias for Tank Davis, but he ended up pulling out because of his eye. And then for the graduation, I had Mikey Garcia versus Earl Spence. You understand? So every week I was covering the Garcias, and every week we argued or debated. Y'all saw it on camera. You know, so for personal reasons, I wanted to stop it. I actually wanted the point where they throw in the towel. You know, I wanted that, especially after the remarks about Earl Spence girl. You know what I mean? I really wanted that stoppage. You understand? Like I thought it was impressive. The nigga threw over 1,000 punches. Am I impressed with his performance? Yeah. I snuck in his locker room and I heard him talking to Terry Norris. And he was like, I was tired. Shit. Someone said, why you didn't get the knockout? He said, shit, I was tired. So I'm impressed with the performance. 50% accuracy. Mikey Garcia gave up in round 6, basically. He just protected himself. Am I impressed with the performance? Yes. Is it what I wanted? No. DB? Okay.
No, yeah, I was just saying, not how you thought about that. I was saying, do you think the temperature would have been different if he would have got the knockout versus the beating? He beat him from pillar to post.
Beat him from pillar to post. Yeah. Beat him from pillar to post. I wanted to stop it. No, I didn't send him the flowers. I remember I wanted to send him flowers and shit. Yeah, but something happened. Someone died. No, you know what happened? One of their fighters got into a car accident or got shot at a party on a Saturday night. Y'all remember that? Yeah. And so I thought that would have been distasteful. You understand? So I didn't do it. But I was gonna send them flowers. For sure, I would have sent. It was $100. I would have sent them flowers. I would have sent Mikey some RIP flowers for sure. But I thought the performance was sensational. I ain't gonna lie. I thought it was a boxing clinic. And then when you got a guy who wants to protect himself for 6 rounds, it's hard. But Earl was landing any and everything he wanted. I thought the connect rate was over 50%. I don't know what it was, but I felt like it was over 50% now. I thought he threw 1,100 punches or some shit like that. It was something ridiculous. And it was a great performance for me. But I want that stoppage, man. I want that, man. Beat that, man. Y'all don't have me say what I really want to say. Nah, man, beat that. Nah, Jordan. He got that hashtag man down his man. Don't, man. I said some things off camera to the Garcia that I can't say because I have no rebuttal, but I wanted that stoppage. I really wanted that stoppage, dog. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. You know what I mean? You understand? I wanted that stoppage. Me personally. I thought it was. I mean, Earl did good. Earl did great. He dominated. Fucking dominated. Am I happy? Yes. I wanted to retire, Mikey. That's what I wanted.
So I'm not rephrasing. I'm just trying to put some finality to this. Mm-hmm. So Errol Spence knocks out Mikey Garcia. At that point right there, you said they have to keep that temperature, right? You think his temperature would have been as hot as Canelo's, with Canelo doing everything that he's doing the same way? Yeah. Because and like I like to be as real as I can with myself about it. You know,
I'm gonna tell you one thing.
Clarissa Shields was saying this. She's like, Canelo doesn't go to these guys' fights. He doesn't support any of these dudes. And I used this analogy before. It's like the line at Pink's or the line at Roscoe's, or what's the other spot where else do they have long lines at?
That's good enough.
For no reason.
That's good enough.
Yeah. Right. People go there. Now Roscoe's, that's different, right? Like people like Roscoe's. The food's good, right? I haven't had it in years, but yeah, food is good. But like Pink's and places like that, people just in the line because they see a line there. You know what I'm saying? Like people are just going just to be there.
And boom.
And I don't think it's Canelo. Like they're like, oh, I got to see this fight. Like this guy is amazing. He punches really hard. His head movement is great. Look at the way that he moves his feet. Look at his angles. Look at the way he slips these punches. Like, I don't think it's that. It's just that, hey, you know what? This is the event that everybody's going to, so I'm gonna be there. Like, what club are you going to on Saturday night? You know what I'm saying? Are you driving to go to the Lil Club in East LA? Or are you finna hit downtown or Hollywood? You finna go to where it's cracking at, right? So I think that's just what it is, man. And then Canelo gets credit for, like, his boxing gets credit for what the numbers do. And his boxing does not equate to what the numbers are doing. He's got an entire nation that backs him, and then he's got half of this nation that backs him because the demographics are here. And then we got, you know, the coons who just want to make sure that they go for anybody over the black guy. And so he ends up having a whole bunch of fans. You know?
I here's the answer to that question. Here's what didn't happen. Errol Spence fought Mikey Garcia March 14th, somewhere in there, March 11th. He fought Sean Porter September 28th. He would have fought Danny Garcia January 21st. He would have had the same energy if he would have went through all three of those fights. That fucking Sean Porter Errol Spence fight did something for him, but the next week he got into the car accident, and now he's out for a year. And now, and you got to understand the consumer perspective. There has to be doubt. And on Errol Spence, there has to be a rebuilding. I'm not talking about our love for Errol Spence. We're talking about the market space. Okay, so from that perspective, Earl had it. God saved his life. Now he got to get back to that space. He had 3 A-level fighters that he was favored to beat. And guess what? 3 different demographics: Mexican, Black, Puerto Rican. 3 different cities: Dallas, LA, Brooklyn, excuse me. He had it. The fucking car accident. And that's why you got to take advantage of opportunities. You understand? You got to take advantage because you don't know what's gonna derail you, or, you know, God saved his life that day. And Earl got to get back to that space. So I'm hoping that that Al is on this COVID break and he needs the gates. I hope it is, because I need these guys fighting for my sanity. You know what I mean? Like it's to me, it don't make sense why they're not fighting, because like Earl Spence says, the people in the suits got to take a pay cut as well. So I think Fox, PBC, they should take pay cuts. Showtime, take pay cuts, put the fights on, and make the fight happen. you know. So like it, love it, or hate it, we can visually see that since he was in this show, Bob Arum took a pay cut for that fucking that Latino fight he just had. And I told him that was the first time that I saw that you took a pay cut. I was wrong because Teofimo Lopez and Loma would have been a sellout at Madison Square Garden, you know, or would have had it would have made money. Let's just say it would have made money. Okay. And I thought in LA that Oscar Valdez Burchelt fight would have made money. You understand? So I think that if we want to talk from a non-emotional space, Fox, PBC, Showtime, take a pay cut and put the fights on. You know what I mean? And let's see what happens. Instead of you taking 20%, let's do round numbers. I don't know what they take. Take 15%, take 10%, and see what happens. We all in this together. So I think that Earl had the bag, man. Earl had it. That fucking car accident, dog. Fuck. I never thought about it. I never thought about it from that perspective. Fuck. That would have been some shit. Earl, first week of February. That would have been big. He would have been a superstar.
Yeah. The ifs, son. The good old ifs.
Yeah. Yeah.
The good old ifs. Man, this shit is frustrating. Pound for pound, what you talking about, bro?
What do you say? What pound for pound say? I hear the tone of your voice. What do you say?
He always giving me some shit. But you see how Eddie Hearn is still trying to protect AJ by saying Francis can fight White instead of AJ in a 2-fight boxing MMA.
They smart because they know John Jones is about to fight that guy. So why not use his name too? They use Wilder's name. So let's use his name too. Shit, come on, man. Them fights ain't happening. But that's easy promoting. So yeah, Earl still outsold him, but Canelo's fighting more. And when you fight more, you get fight dates, you get more advertising dollars, you get more people to like you.
Damn, one of these black fighters just need to do it. That's all I need to see.
Do your job. 5 times. Yeah.
Listen. Yeah. I need to see a black fighter fight, and I don't give a fuck who he is. It needs to be the same level the dudes that Canelo fighting. And let's watch the temperature then. Let's watch EJ get in the ring with 5 fucking bums. Canelo fighting fucking bums.
Yeah.
Caleb Smith, the fucking trash.
But he got a belt though. There's a lot of bums with belts. Yeah, do it.
Chavez Jr. Just but name cachet, but that dude is a fucking chump.
Yeah.
Right? And I want to see EJ and I want to see Mel and shit, Deontay get in the ring and fight them. And let's see people go, oh, it's just activity though. It's good. It's good activity. Those guys are staying active. No, they'll be calling them can beaters. They'll be calling them all bum beaters and all of that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, if we say it's something different, it's something different. But man, I wish we could see how that shit plays out. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, do you think Earl beats Bud pre-accident? Yeah, I think Earl beats Bud pre-accident.
I think Earl beats Bud now. So I mean,
I think in pre-accident, I don't know. I mean, because listen, I saw him beat up Danny Garcia, so I don't know if if EJ is not the same. How I hear some people say, you know, I heard him talking with a slurred speech after his accident when he did that interview with Brian Kenny. You know, but yeah, he was still recovering. But he got into a fight with a former champion, you know, and a top dog, and went in there.
No, I'm with it. No, I'm with it. I'm with it. But now Earl got to go put on shows now, and it could be against Robert Guerrero. It can be against, shall I say, Andre Berto. He can, man, whoever he is. Go put on a show, man. Make it memorable. I don't give a fuck what you say. That fucking Canelo ring entrance was the shit.
Oh yeah,
fucking,
pay attention to that.
Fucking fireworks popping off. I mean, all they needed.
See, Fred, hold on, man. When we say we're gonna do something, we got to stick to it. We say we're not gonna support certain stuff, and we're not gonna watch it, and then you watching it. We can't be switching up.
No,
like
I'm
that.
not switching. I'm not switching. I'm not switching. I'm not switching. That fucking shit was dope as shit. His ring entrance was dope as shit. Was dope. I mean, call it what you want. Call it what you want. I I have no control over what people watch at their house. I didn't order the fight. I didn't watch the fight. What am I say? Cut the fight off? What you want me to do? So the point I'm making is this. Stay on topic and get on me tomorrow. You can get on me later. Fred ain't consistent. I'm never consistent. I'll say this. Whatever Canelo is doing, it's working. And you know what that comes with? He's in the gym. He's doing his job. He's doing his job. He's doing his job. He's doing his job. And that's just it. Y'all think Canelo is wrong, but he's getting all the dates. Y'all gonna say, oh, Earl this, Charlo this, but they only fighting once a year. So they're not. You're not listening to my point. You're missing my point. You missing my point with that. If you got 4 fight dates, that means you're galvanizing, you're monopolizing the minds, the imaginations of the boxing fans. Y'all don't understand it. Oh, he's better. He fought bums. Nigga. Times that by 4. Okay, he's taking dope. Yada, yada, yada.
No, 4 months ago, we didn't give a fuck about the money. Now it's about the business.
You're too emotional in this. You're too emotional about it. You are. Okay, you're comparing. It's okay to be emotional too. But I'm saying you're comparing Canelo to Spence. No, it's Canelo versus everybody. Y'all so stuck on like, oh man. I'm talking to the chat. I'm talking to everyone. You're not the only one in the show. Y'all so stuck on Earl is better. Earl outsold him. Yeah, for 1 fight. Canelo got dates. Canelo fought February, May, September, and December. Excuse me, December, February, May, September. You got to take in mind, we are the outliers of boxing. We're the outliers. We watch this shit every day. This nigga has fight dates. So you know what he's doing? He's doing interviews on Telemundo. Ellie is flying all across the country to fire. He's on Fight Hype. He's on ABC. He's on NBC. I don't know. Every 2 months, he's doing an interview on NBC. Y'all get mad, but the fact of the matter is, y'all think I'm comparing Earl Spence to Canelo. No, the nigga is doing his job more frequently. That's giving him more opportunities. It's really that easy. It's simple math. You go to work Monday through Friday, you get a check. Okay? It's really that simple. Canelo goes to his job 4 times in the last, September from December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. In 9 months, he's gone to his job 4 times. In 9 months, Canelo has gone to his job 4 times. Take your emotions out of it. What is Canelo doing for 9 months? Promoting himself. What is media doing? I don't promote Canelo. He's getting
yes, you're doing a damn good job now.
No, you guys, I'm talking. Because
cut this as a promo for
I don't give a fuck what they do. I'm telling y'all the truth. That's why we so stuck on narratives. Y'all motherfuckers are so stuck on, oh, they mistreating you, but they treating him fair. Let's just stay where we're at and tell the truth. Canelo has 4 fights in 9 months. All he's doing is training, promoting, training. Show up for a fight. We're going to critique it and say he's fighting a bum. I don't want to put my neck out on the line that says Canelo ain't shit, and I got to suffer the repercussions of it. I'm the one that get millions of views every month that says Canelo ain't shit. He's a piece of shit. He's steroids. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the business of boxing. That's all we're talking about. When Deontay Wilder fought 3 times in 10 months, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. He fought 3 times in 9 months. 8 months. I mean, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, 9 months. He fought 3 times in 9 months. Deontay Wilder was hot as fish grease. That's all I talked about on my channel was Deontay Wilder. He fought 3 times in 9 months against his mandatory, Luis Ortiz with a storyline, Tyson Fury with a great storyline. You know why? You know why Deontay Wilder was hot than a motherfucker? Because he did his job. He showed up to his job more frequent than everybody else. It's really that simple. It's simple math. It's a simple equation. We're not talking about Tank. Tank ain't fighting. We make up storylines. But at the end of the day, y'all don't want to hear the truth. Y'all want to say, oh, Canelo fighting bums. We're not talking about Canelo fighting bums. We're not critiquing his schedule. We're talking about branding and money. The more a fighter fights, the more people will adore him. Mike Tyson fought 17 times in 1 year to become a heavyweight champion of the world. That's not by accident. That was on purpose. That's still a record. 17 times in 1 year. That's the key. And he probably knocked out all 17 in the first round. Berlanga is fighting in April. They made a mistake, I thought. I mean, I think they accidentally made a mistake and said, oh, shit, because they thought Verdejo was going to beat the other motherfucker. What's his name? You know who I'm talking about. Verdejo, Nakatani. They wanted to put Teofimo Lopez against Nakatani. I mean, against Verdejo, and it was an upset. So you know what they did? They bring Berlanga back on 5 weeks' notice for June 12th. So you know what people are going to be talking about? They're going to talk about Berlanga for how many? They probably talking about him right now. He fights in 2 weeks. So you get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you got to so y'all can say what you want. But Jamel Charlo, is he a pound for pound fighter? Yes. But how many times has he fought to prove that he's the pound for pound fighter in the world? People don't know that. My son knew who Deontay Wilder's name was. My son doesn't know Jamel Charlo. And that's because daddy doesn't mention his name every day. When I'm talking and my door is open to my office, they hear everything that I'm saying. So they know who Deontay Wilder is. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's don't get caught on the narrative of this shit. Y'all get, we get emotional. We want to go black versus Mexican all the time. No, at the end of the day, he who does their job the most and wins is going to get if you're an A-level fighter, like these 10 to 15 fighters are, they're going to get the attention. It's that simple. So I'm open to y'all disagreeing with me. I'm totally open to it. But at the end of the day, 2021 belongs to Canelo. It's not because he's the best fighter. It's because he's busy. That's it. I don't know when Canelo's fighting. I don't know when Wilder's fighting. I can make an assumption. I know who they're fighting. I don't know when they're fighting. Yeah, Canelo can be an Irishman. He can be whatever he wants, but we're talking about the greater republic of the boxing fans. They hear Canelo's name every day for 9 months because he's fighting 4 times. Go ahead, DB.
When was the last time a black fighter fought 4 or 5 times in a year? Top fighter.
I can't answer that. The most I've seen that I can recall is Wilder in 18 to 19. He fought 3 times in those 9 months that I could think of off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, until they do it, I guess we will stay on the Canelo train.
Mm-hmm. You can call it the Canelo train. You can call it what you want. I mean,
what else you want me to call it?
I mean, you can call it whatever you want.
No, you said like I said it was something demeaning. I'm saying if this is what we're talking about, Canelo fights 5 times a year, and he's making the money because he's doing that. That's called the Canelo train. That's what we're talking about, right? So we cannot talk about somebody, according to you and according to the narrative, is that we can't talk about.
No, you can
doing their job unless they're fighting 4 or 5 times a year.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I said they're gonna get more. They're gonna get more. They're gonna get more. It's simple math. It's simple math. You fight 4 times in 1 year, you're gonna get more attention than fighting once a year.
Said, bro, you just so prone, like you so ready to disagree. I disagree with you, and you said no.
No, go ahead. Say what you're gonna say then.
I just agree with you. I was just repeating what you said again to finalize it.
You didn't repeat what I said. You didn't repeat what I said.
I did. You heard the train, and then you got emotional about me saying train. And I was just saying that if a guy is to fight 4 to 5 times a year, then he's doing his job. He's going to get more exposure. That's what you said. I'm echoing your sentiments. And then you're like, no, it's simple.
I'm just
math.
saying
4 times 4 is 37.
Yeah.
Minus 5 equals a 3.
Yeah. I mean, you can say, well, it's all of that. It's, man, that's how we get to know these young fighters' names. They fight 6 times a year. The young kid fought 5 weeks ago, right? Raymond Ford fought. I saw him fight, and then the other guy that was on, he was on the show. What's his name? That bypassed the Olympics. Davis kid, right? Tremaine Davis. Keyshawn Davis. Thank you. He's fought back-to-back times. So it's not being a Canelo fan. Y'all saying it's a Canelo fan because if we're talking about supporting the fighters, yes, we're going to support the fighters and say things to advocate for the fighters. But in terms of the whole shebang of this, you tell me a fighter that fights once a year. Tell me a fighter that fights once a year. That's going to be big. It's challenging, and I'm with you. If you can disprove the wave that Canelo's on with a fighter fighting once a year, I'm with you. If anybody can, let me know. Who has a wave fighting once a year? We need a different convo because fighting bums on an app and taking PEDs should factor alongside what old media purporting. But a black fighter, that's not what I'm saying. See, it's not. I wish I could. It's never going to be. See, I'm accepting the world for what it is. Okay, accept it for what it is. I want to see a fighter fight 3 times a year and see what happens. Wilder fought 3 times a year and fell into a $30 million bag. $20 million bag, whatever it is. It was the biggest pay. It was the biggest purse we saw. We saw 2 networks doing it. It was some real money there. That's what I'm saying. It's not I'm not talking about the unfair treatment versus the fair treatment. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, shit, man, you fight 4 times a year, niggas gonna be on you, man. You're gonna get new fans. And you're the main event every time. So that means all the marketing budget is going towards you. Durant Ennis fought a couple months ago, 5 months ago. He's right back, so I mean, and I'm not even making this about black fans. I'm talking about every fan worldwide. Ken made a good point that I never thought about. It's a worldwide sport. I mean, I know it is, obviously, but I always think of America when I'm thinking boxing much of the time. It's a worldwide sport. So if Canelo fights 4 times, that means people in the Philippines, people in the what's called gonna see him 4 times. It's not us talking about the racial disparages in boxing. That's not what I'm talking about. How about the people in New Zealand? Canelo's fighting 4 times. And they gonna brand them as the best thing since sliced bread. The same thing they do to quarterbacks in the NFL. The same way they do the coaches in the NFL. An NBA coach gets fired. Guess what? He gets a job in 2 weeks. Mark Jackson can't get a job. I understand those disparages. I'm just talking about the more fight dates you have, the more opportunities you have for people to see you.
Yeah, bro, real quick, while you're talking,
I
want to cut you. Eli Zachary said he want to chime in real quick.
Go ahead, chime in.
Drop the link for him.
Oh, okay. So let me. You gonna have to beam in. I don't feel like taking no calls. Beam in. If you guys want to beam in, you're more than welcome to.
Everybody start talking about Billy Joe. Damn, did I miss it? Did you say Billy Joe or something?
No, I'm just talking about. I don't know. I missed that comment. Go ahead.
I just seen like 5 or 6 people mention Billy Joe.
Go ahead, Eli.
What's going on, Fred?
Hey, what you got?
I feel what you're saying, but it's something that you're missing there. When you bomb bashing, basically, or when you taking lighter, easier fights, those health suspensions that come after those fights, they're not there like that because you're getting easier fights, you're getting lighter touches. Then not only that, to say that he getting that promotion, he promoting himself by putting in that work like that, that's telling our fighters that it's okay to do that too. Because if you take these lighter touches right now, you're going to get to fight more fights, and you just take one good fight a year, maybe, and it's okay for you. It's okay for you to do that because at least you're building your brand. You feel me? That's the same shit that many people say about Floyd Mayweather. You know, oh, if you building your brand, it's okay for you to take these light touches. So when you interject that part of the business into this, you take away from all your other arguments that we need these quality fights. That's what everybody's trying to tell you. We're not
I'm not Eli. I'm not talking about.
I know what you're saying, but I'm saying you're presenting this fact right now. So that's why I have to say you. I'm not saying you because day after day I hear you what you say. You want the quality fights like we want them. But when you say Canelo is getting all this marketing value, we're saying, bro, don't give him this much prowess over the rest of the group because he's promoting himself by doing this because he's getting away with something that we're not looking forward to. We want the best fights. So if we want the best fights, we can't entertain that and say, man, look at what he's doing, though. He's staying busy. He's staying busy because he's fighting weak-ass fights. If our fighters do that, then we ain't going to get the quality that we want. That's all I'm saying, Fred. I feel you on what you're saying. Business-wise, that's smooth. And he collecting belts because he fighting fighters that, they got a belt that was vacant. Fighters that are old and aging that getting out. The look of it, the presentation of it, perception, looks good. I get what you're saying. As business, that's all it's about anyway. In marketing and managing, it's about creating a perception. He's doing a great job of creating a perception. That's what we can say. He's doing a great job of creating a perception. And other fighters need to do a better job of building their brands. But to just say he fighting 4 times a year, he doing this motherfucker. No, he ain't doing this thing. And if everybody else follows that model, we're gonna be stuck out as fans. Unless we just stop paying for fights, like you always say. That's what I'm saying. That's all I wanted to chime in on, Fred.
All right, I'll respond when you get done. You done?
I'm done.
All right, appreciate you. Mm. All right, I'll say this. He's when he answered, his response is if we do it, they're going to say we're bum bashing. I'm not talking about the quality of opponent. I'm talking about the what comes with fighting 4 times a year. I'm not talking about his opponents, y'all. I said the man has 4 dates in 9 months. What is he doing? Promoting, fighting, promoting, training, fighting. You guys, see, it's hard because we're so locked in, because in our real life world, we got to deal with the social economics, the social racial, I forget whatever it is, the race element in our real life. Then we come to boxing and we deal with this shit in real and in boxing, and we deal with it in so many other capacities in our life. I'm with that 100%. That's why we're here 12:07 in the morning. If we strip everything away and just look at it for what it is, 4 fight dates, that means you got 4 media campaigns. That's all I'm saying. You got to keep in mind, everybody in here is an outlier. It's 12 o'clock in LA. That means it's 3 o'clock in New York. Okay? Canelo ain't for us. We know the truth. It's for the 17-year-old that don't know who he is, but they know who Andy Ruiz is. And guess what? Andy Ruiz fights May 8th. May 1st. Canelo fights May 8th. You understand? It's for all the UK fans that know who Andy Ruiz is, but don't know who Canelo is. I'm not dodging nothing. You guys are still, I'm not talking about race. I'm just talking about four promotional campaigns that he has that allows him to build his brand. You talking about quality of opponent. No. It's going to build his brand regardless. Just like how I said Earl, y'all totally missed. I said Earl Spence should fight Robert Guerrero for a non-title fight. Take a pay cut and build your brand. Y'all totally missed that. If we want to interject race and have a conversation about race, we've done that a million times. Canelo doesn't drive this show. I don't get in and say, oh man, I can't wait to talk about Canelo tonight. No, that's not what I'm saying. If you fight 4 times in 9 months, it's going to build your brand versus fighting 1 time a year. That's simple metrics. You guys are still talking about quality of opponent. It's not quality of opponent, man. It's not.
Fred, that's what we were talking about 3 months ago, 5 months ago, 7 months ago. So if the narrative changed, if
Jesus
the story
Christ,
changed,
I agree with that. No, see, you're missing it. I agree.
I'm not missing it.
Y'all are missing it because it's a wasted argument.
No, you cannot say we missing it because you.
I'm not changing it
right now.
I'm not changing it. I'm not.
You just did, bro.
I'm not.
You just did.
No,
we're talking about either quality fights, which we all agreed that we wanted, or we were not going to pay for the fight. Excuse me. Or fighting 5 times a year to market and promote your brand. Those are 2 completely different things. And now you're
what I want versus. Let me get to the super chat because I don't want to.
Yeah.
Wait. Let me say. I agree with Eli, but these other fighters are promoting Canelo more than anyone because they are showing up to his fights and praising him. Unfortunately, Carissa Shield just spoke about. I spoke about that. I led the charge on that. Shit, build your brand as a prospect, not as a champion. Great point, pound for pound.
Wow.
That's
pound for pound sports entertainment agree on some shit.
No, but and I got you in a second, Brandon. I'm not talking about me. I'm just doing simple metrics. Simple metrics. You fight 4 times in 1 year, it's going to be more eyes on you. This ain't what Fred wants. This is just simple metrics. That's it. You have 4 camps, you fight 4 times, more people are going to see you. More people are going to do videos. More people are going to write articles. It's that simple. Would I want Canelo to have? Listen, I'm not gonna go down no rabbit hole about. I have a million clicks on how I feel about Canelo. Okay, it's really that simple. I'm not shy about how I feel about Canelo in terms of steroids and all. That's not what I'm saying. This ain't about my personal feelings towards Canelo. This is simple metrics. If you show up one time a week to your job, are you going to get paid as if you went there 5 times a week? No. If you show up one time a week to your job, will you understand your employees and employers more if you show up 4 times a week, 5 times a week? Excuse me. The answer is yes. If you're on a macro level, some people are going to say, oh yeah, I don't like my employees. No, if you show up to the same store 5 times in 1 week to a store, the 3rd, 4th, or 5th time, they're going to acknowledge.
Give you store credit.
They're going to acknowledge. Maybe they give you store credit. I don't know what it is. I'm
Let
just
you buy cigarettes as a youngster.
Maybe, quite possibly. I'm just saying that it ain't about what my eyeballs want. It ain't about what you guys want. It's about what 300. It's about what 7 billion people want. That's all. It's about what 7 billion people want. Boxing is trying to get to the 7 billion people mark. Boxing is trying to get to a space where 300 million people are watching. And if you do it 4 times, there's a higher probability that more people are going to become fans of you. That's all I'm saying. All I'm doing is see y'all. Here's it. Thank you. I'm gonna see. This is why you talk things out. Fighter A fights 4 times a year. Fighter B fights 1 time a year. Who has a higher probability of gaining more fans? That's all I'm saying. That's it. Y'all so emotionally attached to Canelo, y'all missing the business metrics of it. That's all I'm saying. Fight 4 times a year versus fighting 1 time a year. Who has a higher probability? That's all I'm saying. The fact that the name is Canelo emotionally triggers y'all. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Brandon.
Hey, what's going on? Shout out to the third. Basically, Fred. The point. I'm glad that you finally worked your way into getting your point out. I think what it is you confusing because sometimes it sounds like you talking out of both sides of your mouth, or you could be talking so fast that you don't realize what you're saying. Because you were saying it's not about you, but you keep saying I. I think this. I feel like they should do this. I feel like they should do that. So that's why it's becoming personalized because it's like you are driving this train because you're trying to defend a point versus Canelo versus basically PBC or every fighter that you pick that you use to rival Canelo against, it's a black fighter. You probably don't notice that, but that's what you're doing.
All I
didn't hear you.
No, I don't.
Yeah. So you didn't realize. So you don't. You make. Go ahead, Fred. I'm sorry.
No, you finish, and then I'll respond.
No. I want to hear your point. I really do.
I don't want to go back and forth because it's going to take longer. So I just want you to get your point off, and then I'll just respond. Go ahead.
So I think that when you are talking, a lot of times you say that we're emotional, and I think you are mixing emotion with passion, which is an emotion. But I think that the way you looking at it, every time somebody make a point that's different from yours, or they get passionate about the point that they making, you like, no, you being emotional, you being emotional. No, it's not emotion. I don't think. I just think it's passionate, and we're really passionate about trying to make the point that we're making. But it's like you miss the point because you want to drive home your point. You have the A mic, so everybody pretty much gets your point, but you don't let other people fully get their points out. It's like listening to DB. DB is trying to, when he said Canelo train, that triggers you. It did. You didn't like that he was attaching you to driving a Canelo train. You didn't like that. But in the context of the argument that you have in now, Fred, you are driving a Canelo train because you comparing and contrasting him with Earl Spence and other PBC fighters, which are black, which is bringing race into it, and you are discounting the fact that that's the first thing that people see. When you walk into a room, we done said this a million times. When Earl Spence walks into a room, the first thing they see is what Earl Spence looked like, not what he is. So it's easy, it's a lot of prejudice to go on. So when you say it ain't about race, Fred, everything in life, as long as you are subjugated to being dominant by a dominant society, is about race. Everything. I don't care where you at, what the nuances are, everything is about race. When you come into this world, they ask you what gender you are and they make sure to classify you a race. When you go fill out a job application, they make sure to classify you in race. When you go to the doctor, they make sure to classify you in race. So everything is about race, Fred. And I think that's the dynamic that you leaving out. Just like I think you leave the government out of the Malcolm thing, but that's neither here nor there. So that's why I think the frustration comes from us in the chat and listening to you, is because you discounting a certain variable, which mainly can be the main variable that you can't leave out, because we get discriminated against because of what we look like, not because of the way we perform. So I think that's the point that you're leaving out. Yeah, Canelo can have 4 fight dates, but who is he fighting? And are those fights marketing him in a positive direction? Because yeah, you could be marketed, but how are you marketed? Are you marketed as somebody that's a busy fighter, that's the bum slayer? Or are you marketed as a top pound for pound fighter that's taking on all comers? I don't want to see Canelo fight 4 bums. I'd rather see him fight 2 championship top level fights. And I believe that most of the boxing fans would agree with that. So I think that's where you kind of dropping the ball and missing it at, Fred. But I'm gonna get off the horn. Shout out to Reggie as usual. Shout out to DB. DB, hold down the fort, man. I know it's tough, but hold it down. Outside of that, shout out to the third, Fred. Keep the show going, and let's keep up the good work. But peace to the third.
Appreciate
Salute our brother Brandon Washington, and shout out to the third.
All right. Here's what I'll say to this. I'm trying to listen. Do everything equate about race? Yes, that's what the premise of. That's one of the pillars of this platform. Canelo triggers y'all, and I'm talking about y'all because y'all are my adversaries right now. So Canelo triggers y'all. The word Canelo triggers y'all. So y'all are saying, "Oh, but Canelo, this is about race. This is about inequality." Take Canelo's name away. Take Canelo's name away. Fighter A fights 4 times a year. Fighter B fights 1 time a year. We're not talking about quality of opponent. We're not talking about elite fighter A fights 4 times a year. Elite fighter B fights 1 time a year. That's all I'm saying. There's a higher probability more eyes will be on you. That's it. If you're talking about being a boxing fan and wanting Canelo, that's a completely separate argument, but going to get simple metrics. That's all. If you want to have a conversation about Canelo's resume, go check my Instagram. If you want to have a conversation about his quality of opponents, go check my YouTube channel. If I want, okay, I'm going to simplify it for y'all again. Quality over quantity. I want quality. This ain't about Fred. It's about 7 billion people. It's about trying to attract 7 billion people. Are you going to attract 7 billion people? The likelihood of fighting 4 times or fighting 1 time? Change the names. Charlo fights 4 times. Earl Spence fights 1 time. Make it 2 black fighters. How's that? Now y'all want to have the conversation? Now y'all want to agree that it's a higher probability more people will know Charlo's name, Jamel Charlo, versus Earl Spence fighting once a year? That's all I'm saying. Change to anybody's name. Wilder fights 4 times a year. Jamel Charlo fights 1 time a year. That's all I'm saying. What's the higher probability? This conversation ain't about you, Mike Weary. It's 3:00 where you're at, Mike Weary. This conversation ain't pertaining to you. You're going to watch the fight regardless. It's about the people that are not watching the fight. How are they going to get to know who Wilder, who's fighting 4 times a year, versus Charlo fighting 1 time a year? You could change any name. It could be Canelo. It could be whoever you want, fighter A to B that fights 4 times. Make them that. It's totally up to you. I don't care what the fighter name is. I'm just talking simple metrics. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, DB.
Nope. Shit, you ain't dragging me into this shit. Shit, you're going to say the same thing for the 17th time.
I am, but you can disagree, though. You can disagree. No,
I gave my point, but we're just going to keep giving our points back and forth. Let me say this one more time for the last time, and this is not really looking for a rebuttal, but just for me to classify and clarify. We, as a community, as the barbershop, we were talking about the best, fighting the best. That was our thing. We take a show this same date last year. We're talking about the best, fighting the best. Mm-hmm. Had nothing to do with what's the word I'm looking for? Had nothing to do with volume. We were looking for the best, fighting the best, and that's what we all stood on. Mm-hmm. Everybody here, pound for pound, Phantom Brawler, Hustler Slim, Reggie Owens, all of us, we were all in agreement. Eli's like the best, fighting the best, and then somehow, some way, magically, it switched to not being it anymore, and that's what everybody is scratching their head saying. Well, when did that change? When did we started saying that we didn't care about the best, fighting the best anymore, and it was all about just marketing yourself. And Pound for Pound said, I mean, listen, that's what you do as a contender. That's what you do on the come up as a prospect. But once you got a belt in your hand, you should not be fighting the number 15 guy anymore. You shouldn't be fighting the guy nobody ever heard of anymore. You are supposed to be fighting the number 1 contender or unifying belts to become undisputed, or worst case scenario, fighting a big name that's got a 70% win rate. But other than that, like, there shouldn't be any other fights that's made, and we have not advocated for that. And all of a sudden, it seems like that's what we're doing. So anyway, I think that's where the disagreement came from me and from the majority of people from the chat. That's from my understanding. But hey, shout out to Canelo. You know what I mean? Listen, if he want to stay active and stay busy, and hopefully other guys can stay active and stay busy too. As we mentioned before, we didn't want to talk about their paychecks and talk about their money. If they complain about it, they complain about it. Keith Thurman complained about it. We should flip them the bird real high in the sky and go, well, motherfucker, that's on you. There was plenty of opportunities for you to fight, so don't blame nobody. Don't blame the fans. Don't blame your wife. Don't blame Al. That was on you. You ducked fights and you wanted to take time off. You said that. If I interviewed you, you said that. Okay? Adrian Bronner, listen, you're not taking fights because you chose not to take fights. You want to do rap albums and do porn, and listen, God bless you, do what you want to do, but don't blame other people because you're not taking fights. But that's 2 or 3 or 4 people. All the rest of the guys, shit, according to what the media shows, like, they're not ducking fights. They're not saying that they don't want to fight, But yeah, listen, these guys fight a little bit more, and then let's see if let me do my air quotes, the temperature changes. Yeah, but shout out to Eli Zachary for beaming in, man. Shout out to OG Brendan Washington for beaming in, and also Pound for Pound, and who else gave those super chats? I'm not looking at the phone right now. Who else is that, Brody? They gave a super chat.
I want to make my final point.
Yes, Robert Brown. My bad, Robert Brown. I just want to give him some love on the super chats, man.
Thank you.
They spent some money to.
I really appreciate y'all.
Yeah, and part 4. There you go. That's what was part 4.
And Birdman, and I'm gonna repeat again. Frederick Hawthorne wants quality over quantity. 100%. I am not advocating for Canelo. Canelo was the name that's fighting 4 times this year. It's really that simple. And because he's fighting 4 times a year, I get to use him as an example. Okay. You want me to use Forduner? I can use Forduner. He's fought 4 times. You want me to, so the point I'm making is this isn't about what Frederick wants. It's just simple. So let's say you average 1 million people per fight. It's just a nice round number, right? I'm not saying this to be true, right? If you fight 4 times, you're going to have 4 million people watching. And some say, oh, it's the same people, but it's going to be more people mixed in. And I don't know who, Fortuna, I don't know, whatever his name is. He needs to fight a little bit more. For me to know his name. I'm just saying it's going to be 4 million people, 4 million eyes watching fighter A. And if you have a fighter who fights 1 time, there's going to be 1 million people fighting him. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not, because it's Canelo this year, it was Wilder in 2018 and 2019, and we rode that wave. I don't make Canelo videos. I don't make Valdez videos. I don't make Andy Ruiz videos. I don't even think about it. I swear to God, I don't even think about it. But I'm going to tell you one thing. I've learned over this past year, it's about green. We're holding the fort. You know why I know this? Because guess what? Everyone flies to Canelo fights. So it's not about, so we sitting here having expectations of fighters. We having expectations of fighters that they don't have expectations of themselves. We sitting here asking Bob Arum, getting mad at Bob Arum by the comments in the chat that he doesn't have a Juneteenth fight. Well, then we got to have a Juneteenth fight. Then we got to hold the same energy for Al Heyman. You understand? So I think like we're sitting here holding this red, black, and green flag in the barbershop, and them niggas don't these niggas don't give 2 shits about it. They don't care. If they cared, they would have went to Carissa Shields' fight if they cared. I'm gonna keep it a buck. So, I'm just saying, Canelo's the example because he fought 4 times. If you want me to use Forduner's name, I'll use Forduner's name. He fought 4 times. You understand? Different promotional company. Obviously, the pay rate is vastly different, but I don't care about that. I'm talking about 4 million eyes versus 1 million eyes. And it's a higher probability that he will gain more fans. That's all I'm saying. On a personal level, what I want quality over quantity. Y'all don't get hate email every day. Y'all don't get called nigga every day for saying Canelo ain't shit. He's a drug cheat. Y'all don't get that shit. When Canelo fights, I get 10 to 20 emails or DMs. You racist nigger. You ain't shit. Y'all don't get that. I do. So when you're talking about metrics, metrics has nothing to do. Excuse me. That let me omit that. Their race plays a part in it, right? Race plays a part in it because the business of boxing always leans towards non-black fighters. And so they will get a more fair handshake based off of what we see in this era of boxing. But if you just say fighter A and fighter B fight 4 times versus fighting 1 time, I think fighting 4 times will be better for your career than fighting 1 time. That's all I'm saying. And I will forever hold Canelo accountable. Feel free to go check my Instagram. Feel free to go check my videos. But if we're talking sheer numbers and sheer business, if you're running a business, you would rather sell something 4 times than sell something 1 time. With all things being equal, it's taking a critical brain function test tomorrow may determine whether or not. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's awful. So, so that's where I'm at with it. I'm not changing on it. I know simple metrics, simple math. Tony Harrison fights 4 times in 1 year. Earl Spence fights 1 time this year. I think Tony Harrison will gain more fans. Percentage wise, I think Tony Harrison will gain more fans fighting 4 times. That's all I'm saying. That's all. But now I know how to trigger y'all. I say Al Heyman, Canelo. So y'all gonna get a whole lot of that shit, because when you're being pragmatic, you got to throw emotions out the window, man. You got to throw emotions out the window when you're being pragmatic. I was simply being pragmatic. I make the statement, so I use I. That's it. And it was an analysis on my part. So I'm gonna use the word I. And that's all. So anyways, go ahead, DB.
Yeah, part 4 is a fool.
What'd he say?
When you made this statement, y'all not getting hate mail every day. Ain't nobody calling y'all nigga. Part 4 said, nigga, have you met my son's mom? She sends me hate text messages every day.
Yeah, he did. Oh, she does. Oh, no, I said I was flip-flopping. I mean, from a and this is from a novice eye. From a novice eye, it may seem like I'm flip-flopping. I don't buy Canelo fights. I don't buy Canelo sweaters. I don't do Canelo videos. Y'all go watch those Canelo videos. I don't.
Super chat.
Oh, E1K. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. You leaving context out. If Earl fights Ugas Crawford in 1 year, Canelo fights Callum Yildirim, what's more impactful? I think you make a great point. And that's why I said fighter A fights 4 times a year. Fighter B fights 1 time a year. I wasn't even talking about a quality of opponents. E1K. That's not what I was talking about. I'm just talking simple metrics.
Well, there's a breakthrough.
So I don't care who Earl fights versus Canelo fighting. That's not where I was going with it. That's not where I was going.
Hey, listen. E1K, you making progress. He said that was a great point. So we're making some progress.
No, you ain't making progress. I'm saying you make a great point, but I wasn't talking about match. And I would say, and I would say Spence Crawford is an outlier experience. I'm not sure if it stops boxing. It stops the world. It definitely stops boxing. I'm not sure if it's big enough for called the super fight at the Superdome. Is that what it was called? The super fight. I'm not sure if it's that yet. It's a ways from that, but it definitely gets more eyes on the fight. So if you're comparing that resume versus Earl Spence, I think it's a no-brainer in terms of boxing fans. In terms of boxing fans, it's a no-brainer because Crawford Spence is a big fight, is a super fight. But when you're, and I'm gonna tell you guys this too. When you're how can I say this? I wasn't. It E1K. I think that was like a emotional response to your favorite fighter, because he says if you put it in context, so you want me to wave the flag, you want me to win to push towards Earl Spence. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying fighter A fights 4 times versus fighter B fighting 1 time. That's all I'm saying. That's all. So in your real life, you want your son or daughter to practice playing the piano 4 times versus someone playing 1 time. You want to practice your 9th grade child doing algebra 4 times, practice 4 times a week versus fighting 1 time, or he or she learning Cambodian. You rather them study 4 times a week than 1 time a week. That's all I'm saying. It's a higher probability. You'll be more successful. You'll get more fans. You'll become more fluid. That's all. 4 is what's up? What's up, Batman? 4 is a higher probability that you'll get it. Simply. You read something 4 times versus you reading it 1 time, you'll get it. I don't want to talk about, well, black people are more intellectual than non-black people, so we only got to read it 1 time. You understand what I'm saying? So that's all. Simple metrics. But I know Canelo triggers y'all now, so we'll be talking about Canelo a lot more as an example, for sure. Anything else, DB?
You a fool, man.
I don't mind having this conversation because once this shit say in broadcast, I'm done. I'm done. I can talk louder for 3.5 hours, or quieter, or get more emotional, but once the conversation ends, I'm not carrying it to tomorrow. I don't give a fuck. But by tomorrow, we got a great guest in here tomorrow. Shout out to Terrence Bailey, man. We got the photographer of Death Row. She'll be in here tomorrow, so that'll be exciting. It's a good show, so it should be pretty fun. So simple. If I come on here once a week versus coming on here 5 times a week, there's a higher propensity that I'll get more support. Simple.
No, it's not that. Mm-hmm. It's because you are scheduled.
That too. And I'm glad you said that. Canelo's fighting May 8th and September, whatever it is. That's a schedule. I'm glad you said
that. Fred, you ain't shit.
I'm just being honest. Y'all see, because you said schedule, you know what they thought? Al Heyman. That's exactly what everybody in the chat thought. Al Heyman. He's hating on Al Heyman. No, who gives a fuck? Who cares a fuck? You know what I mean? So, see, and then because y'all said, I heard y'all in the chat when y'all said when he said Bob Arum is good to him. You got to understand something. The fighter's perspective is different than the media perspective. For example, just so y'all can really understand, black fighters, according to Devin Haney, they fuck with Eddie Hearn, Anthony Joshua, Earn with Hearn. That's what Devin Haney says. Media has a completely different perspective of them. Right? Am I right? Now you flip the coin. I know the relationship that Bob Arum and Ken Miller have. I know it. I've been a part of it. That's how I have a good above average relationship with Bob Arum, is because of Ken Miller. So that's what I'm that's what I'm saying. So and because I use Devin Haney as the example, you guys are not going to get on me as hard because y'all love Devin Haney. You see how I emotionally play y'all? Yeah, I ain't see nothing in the chat saying, "Oh fuck, oh man, fuck Devin Haney." How come y'all didn't say fuck Devin Haney? But if I would have used, but because he said Bob Arum, y'all said, "Oh, he's a Trump supporter." You see the emotional attachment? What you see it? You see, you see the emotions. Yeah, I know you're not gonna see it, but I do. And I'm not saying it's wrong or right. I'm just saying I can see how the conversation goes in the chat. That's all I'm saying. I think Eddie Hearn is a douchebag. Do I think he is winning right now? I think he's winning. I think Eddie Hearn is absolutely winning. He done had fights in 13 countries during quarantine, probably. He's winning. So that's all I'm saying. Isn't Haney partner with Hearn? So why would he speak against him? So why would he do business with him? Exactly my point. See, exactly. I know we get out of here. So, anyways, man, he shouldn't be doing business. He shouldn't be doing business with him, according to the chat in the conversation, right? But we fuck with Haney, but we hate Hearn. Okay. That's all.
I don't. What are you advocating for us?
Fuck
Dev. We're not gonna say fuck Dev.
No, so but what I'm
what you trying to say? How you trying to spin it?
No, I'm not trying to.
Eddie Hearn is a piece of shit. Eddie Hearn is a piece of shit human being, and Devin Haney is our brother, and we ain't finna hate on Devin Haney.
But that's the point I'm making, because see now you see what I'm saying? Devin Haney has a great relationship with Eddie Hearn.
Okay.
No, but let me make my point. Ken Miller has a great relationship with Bob Arum. Y'all called him a Oreo. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? He has a great relationship with him, and it's on a similar level. He says, "Hey, I need you to put in. I'll cover your fight if you buy this article in the news. If you do this in the newspaper, I will promote your fight." Because the LA Sentinel at some point was one of the largest black publications in America. So that
you know what
go ahead.
You know what I think it is, and I had to jump into that part because we know Devin from the time he was a kid. We've seen him grow up in front of our eyes. We see the way that he acts in his community. We see him handing out blankets. We see him giving money to the homeless. We know the cloth that he's cut from. We know his father and the kind of work that they do. So, you know, we can push for somebody like that because we know from what we've seen from this dude for 20 years that, you know, that he's solid and he rocks with his people. When somebody else comes in and we don't know them and we haven't got a chance to see their life, all we hear is their story in an hour, and we have to make a judgment off of that. So it's a different case, Fred. You know, and of course he sounds like it seems like a solid brother. You know what I'm saying? But it's different. We have to look at it differently.
No, you can look at it different. I'm just saying, if a white promoter that's an asshole with a black fighter appreciates him, or just say black man, black man appreciates white promoter. Black man appreciates white promoter. That's all I'm saying. But I understand. I know. I understand, and that's why I make the point in terms of like if we're going to make an exception, we got to make an exception for everything else. You understand what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. And I get it, because I fall under that category too, where you give black people, or if you're Mexican, you give Mexicans 3, 4, 5 chances. I'm totally with all of that. You understand? So I get all of that. I'm just saying, if you want to wipe it across the board, like for example, I don't know if this to be true or not true. I'm going to keep on saying this because it shows the character of people. It shows that we're still looking for a white daddy to save us. I'm going to make this point, and then we can end the show because I really want to eat my pistachios. Y'all cursed Bob Arum out, and you did too, DB. And you can say, because he promised us. I heard you say that before. But I saw the temperature rise in the chat when he says, "Oh yeah, we got a no way," and y'all said, "Oh, that nigga full of shit." Now,
but Fred,
no,
listen,
wait.
Missing context.
No, it's not context. I'm talking about a different subject. I'm not talking about what I just talked about. This is a standalone. I'm not combining this. I'm saying if you're gonna get mad at Bob Arum, and we know his ethnic background,
blame Al Heyman.
No, I'm gonna say blame Al Heyman. We got to hold the same. We got to be accountable. Al Heyman has to be accountable to that too. So we only want. So we only want a Juneteenth fight date from a white promoter.
Oh man. Oh, okay. Did Bob Arum not tell me and tell Tank, the Sweet Science Examiner, that he was going to set up a Juneteenth card because he thought it was a great idea? We were talking about Black History Month. Bob Arum said that. Al Heyman didn't come here and say that. So we are only holding Bob Arum to his words. So when he comes back several weeks later and we talked about Black History Month and Juneteenth, and he comes back and tells us he has a new way on the card, that wasn't the conversation that we talked about before. So Bob Arum lied. He told us a bold
and he lied. Yeah, he lied. He lied.
So so that has nothing to do with your hate for Al Heyman.
No, it has nothing to do. But I'm saying, would you want a black promoter to put on for Juneteenth?
Yeah, absolutely. But we're not comparing the two. We're just talking about the guy who came and lied to us. That's it.
So are you going to hold Al Heyman accountable for a Juneteenth date?
No,
I'm asking a question.
Al Heyman didn't come in here and promise. No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not.
Because
okay.
Al Heyman didn't come in here and promise me that.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Did Al Heyman come in here and promise us that?
I'm just saying.
Did Bob Arum tell us that?
No, you can hold Bob Arum accountable. I'm saying yes, hold him accountable to his word. Y'all don't understand. I don't change. Listen. My mode of transportation don't change. My mode, I'm gonna drive my car and act the same way no matter what city I'm in. We can hold Bob Arum. See, y'all tripping. I'm gonna hold Bob Arum accountable. I didn't interject when you said, "Nah, hold up, nah, that's not fair, man. Leave him alone." I'm just saying, if we're gonna hold Bob Arum accountable, you got to hold the same energy for who else has a TV deal. Explain. Eddie Hearn, Al Heyman. Al Heyman know about Juneteenth Day. I interviewed Steven Espinoza. He knows about Juneteenth. He's a black man. So that's all I'm saying. They know about it. They watch the channel. You see, they hired a PR guy. It's no secret. It's no secret what black fight fans want. We've been talking about this. It started on maybe Trill Boxing Talk. Having a Juneteenth. That was 3 years ago. We talked about this. 3 years ago. Juneteenth is going to be the biggest black holiday of this year. The biggest it's ever been, Juneteenth. Because it was,
you know what, and we probably would have had to fight this. Al probably would have did it because they listen in and they know. But you've been shitting on the man for the last 2 years, or the last year.
I'm holding
like shit. What I'm gonna do it for? This dude Hawthorne keeps shitting on me.
Nah, that's extreme. That's bullshit. I'm just saying this. I mean, I'm gonna hold everybody accountable. And
why are you getting emotional?
Guess I love being emotional. So, and so the point I'm making is, I'm going to hold everybody accountable because I know boxing is green. And I tell y'all this shit all the time. Those people in suits aren't saying only when it comes to Mexicans. That's it. Mick Conlon, what's the guy name? He fought on St. Patrick's Day last year. What's the guy's name?
Mick Conlon.
No, that his name, Mick Conlon? Yeah, he fought on St. Patrick's Day in New York. I remember that 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Canelo fights on Cinco de Mayo, so at the end of the day, Al Heyman knows what Juneteenth is. Okay. And Eddie Hearn knows what Juneteenth is. Bob Arum knows what Juneteenth is. He said it on the show. Oh yeah, it's that date. I'm just saying this. If we're going to hold one promoter accountable, hold them all accountable. And I'll say this, for real, I can give two shits what a white man do for me. And y'all know that by how I move. and Mike Weary said, Mike Weary, I done turned down $2 million deals from Warner Brothers. ESPN's deal would have been worth millions of dollars. It wasn't $1 million per year deal, but it would have been worth over the length of the contract. Okay, and the bonuses and shit like that, depending on how I was going to be a producer for the radio show, but I wanted a role on there. I wanted Marcellus Wiley. No, not Marcellus Wiley. What's the black lawyer's name that was on Marcellus' show?
Damn, I don't even know.
Parker, right? Parker.
Oh.
I wanted Parker's role. I didn't want to go on every day, but I wanted that role. I wanted to produce the show and be Parker. I don't know if I would have got that show. I don't even know what show I would have got. But by the sound of it, I think I would have been the producer on the Marcellus Wiley show. I think I would have, because of my boxing background. So I think I would have got that gig. You know, we didn't get that far. I just turned down the job. So, but I'm just saying this. I am forever independent. I don't lean on nobody. I trust my circle to trust me. And outside of that, I can give two fucks. You know, I don't think we should be. I think we should ask Bob Arum, but we shouldn't be mad because Shakur Stevenson just got fucked. He's not even in the top 10.
Nobody was mad. No, nobody was mad. We just held him accountable.
That's it. Hold him accountable.
We just followed up.
I like that. Hold him accountable by his word.
Yeah, but nobody was mad.
Oh, the chat was lit. Man, it was like 50.
No.
Go back and watch the show. I'm watching the chat go fucking bananas. I'm watching it with my own eyes. I'm watching it.
Yeah, we just in the chat, but ain't nobody mad at the motherfucker.
You only can speak for yourself. You only can speak for yourself because you're not in them shoes. So
no, I'm speaking for the chat. Am I speaking for the chat? We wasn't mad. We didn't give a fuck. We know. Do we not know that Bob is a liar? Bob is a liar. We already know that. Press 1.
I'm not. Listen, I'm just saying this. As a black person, it's sad that we are triggered. I don't care. You can be mad, but you're triggered because you responded in the chat. So that means you're triggered, right? You were triggered by Bob Arum saying, "Oh, I'm gonna have a Japanese guy fight on Juneteenth," and you have a black promoter who has the most talented black fighters, and he's not putting on a June. Appreciate you, Reggie Owens. That's all I'm saying. That's simply all I'm saying, and that's our problem as a collective. As a collective, we say, "Oh man, we're gonna deflect." Now is not the time to deflect. Now is not the time to deflect. We see it. Juneteenth is the biggest holiday. Will be a top 3 holiday in 2021 because of what's going on in America. Guaranteed. It was fucking bananas last year. Ben and Jerry's, Nike took advantage of it. The NBA put Black Lives Matter on the court. The NFL put that shit on the court. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. That's it. That's it. And I think we need to hold Al Heyman accountable, Steven Espinoza accountable, and Bob Arum accountable, Eddie Hearn accountable. But we should expect more from Al Heyman. Why? Because of the same adoration and admiration you have for him. Because he's black. Simple.
Al Black?
Yeah, you can deflect the truth with sarcasm. That's great. And I'm just saying that's it. So I appreciate y'all coming out tonight. Thank you, man, for sticking with us, man. It's a 4-hour show. Fuck.
Yeah, man. The reason I was saying that because I have an appointment at 6 a.m. So I was like, that's when I was saying let's go, but it was just at the time where
your gym is open, huh?
Yeah, the gym is open, but I'm doing some modified stuff right now. Now an announcement coming soon. Next week, within the next week. But
I remember boxing did something on MLK. Oh, Deontay Wilder fought on MLK weekend one year against Bermain Stavern because it was Bernard Hopkins' birthday. I remember that, if I'm not mistaken. Somewhere in there. It was like January 17th or some shit like that.
Yeah.
So,
well, man, let's rock and roll, man. Let's get out of here, man, so I can lay it down for a few minutes, man. Another hot one, another good one. Peoples Hernandez, I know you're gonna drop 5 on us, man. Drop 5 on us, man. Yeah, shout out again, man. Thanks for all of the B-mans, the call-ins, the super chats, the interactive chat. You know, the brothers and sisters is keeping us on our toes, man. Show love y'all and appreciate y'all. And shout out to the guests, man. K Wheels in the building this evening. Started this all. Had some great convo, and then he lit a flame under us and got us going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I want to add one point, and please let's get out of here. And think about this. Maybe we'll talk about this tomorrow. If black boxers has been dominating 100 years in boxing, why is boxing still racist?
Right on. Something that's what Arsenio Hardin say, things that make you go.
It shouldn't be racist. 100 years. That's all I'm saying. So, and we'll talk about that tomorrow, because we got to hold ourselves accountable, because, oh shit, like when he was saying the girl that wore the skirt. In my head, I saw the chat. She does have the right to what she has. I also know when I go to my, if I go to my apartment building, when I had a Bentley at 9:00 at night, if I pulled over on, let's say I have a hypothetical building on 81st and Butlong, I got to be prepared for what comes with me. If I park my Bentley in the alley, it could be any time of the day. I got to be prepared for the 16-year-old kid saying, hey, that's a fly ass car. Or that 27-year-old nigga that ain't got a job. Nigga mean he could be Mexican, he could be black. That's mostly all in the neighborhood. That's gonna stick me up. I think that's what he was saying. That was my understanding of it. I don't think he was making reference to her free will. I think you got to be honest with what comes with your decisions. You know, so that's what I was thinking. So I didn't want to change the conversation but I thought all sports are racist. Yes, duh. Stupid nigga. Yeah, all sports are racist.
We can touch up on that tomorrow.
Yeah, let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Man, shout out to E1K, man. My brother Eli Zachary talks everything. Shout out to Broderick Brown. What up, Broderick? Then came in here. Mike Weary, the Grease in the building. Robert Brown, Birdman, OG Brandon Washington, my brother, man, the enforcer in here. Let's see who else you got. Mark Fralin in the building. Mr. Tennessee himself, Hustler Slim in the building. My cousin Trap Lord. We see you, man. Part 4. What's up, cousin? Yeah, still in here. Yova, California. Yay, Phantom Brawler. Let's see. Who else you got? My brother Tank in the building and Slid in the building. The Sweet Science Examiner. Shout out. And the other side of South Central Los Angeles. Boxing Conversations with Reggie Owens. Gump 88 in the building, representing that 209, that 916, Sacktown, all that area up there. Let's see. E1K, yeah, we got you. Who else, man? Let's see. Hamza S. What's up, Hamza? Done slid in, man. I ain't seen you in a minute. Welcome back to the show.
Welcome to the show.
Desmond Johnson, the other DJ. Yeah, man, I think we just about got everybody, man.
Yeah.
And the whole Owens family was in here pressing 1, man. They already knew what time it was.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Shout out to all the queens that was in here. John Page came and paid us a visit. Shout out to Batman. Let me see. Centos Boxing. What's up, Centos? Centos out there on the road, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to the third shift and shout out to all the truck drivers. Yes, indeed. And let's see. Dory Jones. Kemp. Kemp. Damn, that's a hard name, man. K-E-N-P. Kemp Wells. Shout out to you and all the queens, man. The Queen Patty Dean, Patricia Shelton, TT, Love is the Word. And yeah, if I'm missing anybody else, but SS City Slicker. Yeah, all of the 90047. Yes, indeed. Big Andre Finest, I see you, man. You ain't fell asleep yet, huh? Maurice McElroy, shout out to M in the building. 502 King. Jarvis Johnson here. A Rule TG. Big Texas, ATX, Cletus Smith. And yeah, man, I think we got everybody. But anybody else, man, peace and love to y'all. I think some of the brothers gonna slide over the cows, man. I'm finna lay it down. Play the song, Fred!
Woo. Oh man. Appreciate y'all, man. 90047. Man, I got 3 hours of work from it, man. I got a Zoom tax meeting tomorrow, man. 10 o'clock in the morning. What time? Shit. Yeah. So what time is it? I got to do these schedules right now, man. So yeah, man. I appreciate y'all coming in, but you know what I mean? Y'all gotta. I just, man. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm exhausted. I am.
People Hernandez.
What's up, man? What's up, man?
Shout out to people.
Life's a play with no rehearsal.
You know why?
Because the devil is alive. Hey. I should have been doing this while y'all niggas was talking, though. I ain't gonna even lie. I ain't gonna even lie to y'all niggas. For real, for real.
You was the one talking, bro.
Yeah, I did a lot of talking. That's why I'm exhausted. Oh, man.
I'm not sure if Kyle was on, but we're going to slide over there to go check.
Yeah. Get up, open up your words now. I use Excel. I just do it manually because it's easier for me.
Yo, it's my personal statement running game like I'm basic.
Determined to be the greatest, yeah. Bobbing and
weaving and changing up in the seasons.
So I do it for all my people. Jabbing the competition. Back up against the ropes. You fighting for recognition. I'm fighting just to promote equality where we lack it. Or cancer slowing our road. I'm confident we'll make it. Focus on common.
Give back, give love. My tenant gonna be happy.
That's the good news.
Yeah, because she's caught up in her rent. I just looked at it right now. Good for her. I discounted their rent so much during COVID. Shit. She's like, I don't know where I'm at with my rent, but just take this check. Because the devil is alive. Hey.
Tell him Tank said it.
And I challenge every black person, including myself. Here's a challenge that we can do. How about we replace Coon, Oreo, you know what I'm saying, you know what I mean, with dialogue? How about we do that? How about we challenge ourselves to do that for a week? Change it with dialogue. Articulate your thoughts instead of using the word emotion, because that's just a trigger word, because I really don't want to say it, but you know what I mean? Let's do it. And then say coon at the end of it. But just anyways, man, let's go. Let's get the fuck out of here. Love y'all, man. Love you, man. Appreciate you, man. Peace. Yeah, right.